How you doing?
I get to leave here at 3 a.m.
Okay, that's the time in the morning I'm normally up. It's not a time morning I normally associate with you.
Good, because I would rather be up till 3 a.m. than have to wake up at it,
Yeah.
let alone. But no,
Everyone.
my boss wants to start at 5, and it's a 2-hour drive to get there, so you do the math.
Yeah, you're probably going to need to be up at half two then to guarantee because you're not normally that not that early a person. So you're
Oh
probably going
no,
to get
my
up a bit
alarm
earlier.
is going off at about 1 or 1:30.
Yeah.
Good evening.
Hello. How are you doing? I hear you were a dirty little stop out and kept Foxo up late, way past her bedtime.
Which day?
Yeah.
Yesterday.
Yeah.
It's Friday night into Saturday
Right.
morning. Oh,
Yeah.
by the way,
Now that
I've played my first game of 11th.
your opinions?
I like what they're trying to do, but there's definitely some mission sets that they needed to keep a little in the oven a little longer because
All
it's
I
not
know
out.
is that I will make sure that any Tyranid player takes a long walk off a short pier.
Basically, if you're playing Disruption, and your opponent is playing
Run.
one of the kill 'em all missions, yeah, just concede. It's going to be easier. It'll save you 3 hours.
Don't worry, I muted you guys. So, the thing is, questions. I should be going to get a beat. Yeah, questions are open on both Discord, Twitch, and YouTube, and the bot is working theoretically. Even even though Paul and Lions have both added their questions in manually, helpfully. That yeah. Thank you. I have very, very keen and eager and helpful admins. Occasionally, this causes me issues in that they jump in and are helping before, and so I have to then I have to check. Yeah. Well, the bot's taking the questions. It's not sending them to the to Powder Monk to Bruships Q&A. Runon, help!
Yes.
Your bot mother, Runon.
I'm not buying
This
a
is
plane ticket to go to Cornwall just to figure out why your system doesn't work.
this is your baby. Well, it's the questions are coming from the are not loading from the between the two Discord servers for some reason.
Yes, and the problem is when I try and replicate your problem, I can't.
Mm. Well, I'm now connected
So,
to working on Twitch. It's working on Twitch fully, so that's all happy. Um,
tech support is unable to replicate customer complaint, despite using the exact same software configuration that the customers use.
um, okay. I think I have an answer.
Oh,
Yes.
look, it
No.
works.
Yes. Panama key is working. Is it working?
It just worked there.
It's working. I have to say, I went into the actions and I found a powder monkey 0.141, 0.1 to 4.1, which was for some reason um,
Disabled.
Yes.
That'd do it.
It was for some reason. And I have no idea why it was red, because I went in and enabled them all after I did the latest update. And redid the update. And redid the update.
Duh.
So it wasn't the same problem it had yesterday. But anyway. Let's go to the questions, and hopefully we can sort things out. Caramba, we have questions. We'll watch it.
I have so many questions.
We'll wait for Steve to have a small panic attack about the sheer volume of questions we're getting in. Yes, today is sci-fi. Today is sci-fi as well as naval history. It missed the question Steve and others put in. Yeah, it's so far. It's got the legacies question. That was the first one it seemed to pick up, and then it got to-dos. Maybe it just decided some of you were just, annoyingly early, and it doesn't. I wonder if the bot, like its creator, is not a morning bot. And it's decided that when it's first being woken up, until it's had its first injection of caffeine, it's not doing anything. Hey, Naval.
You know what? I'm not even going to try and patch that out.
It's a good
That is a perfectly reasonable position to take. Hey, Drac, yes, we must appease the machine spirit.
Foxo, get your omnisize axe ready.
The machine spirit must be appeased at all costs.
So while we're getting some questions in...
Spirit of the machine, essence divine. In your spirit of the machine, essence divine. Within your code, the stars align.
Okay, right then. We now have Warhammer poetry going on. This is getting scary. Okay. Paul Amos, this is Wayne's World of Science question. There's a song that goes, and war is costly thing to wage. Comment to that line versus today's conflict and today's topic. War's always going to be more costly to wage than deterrence. This is why conflict matters. But the thing is, conflict management and deterrence is not sexy. And usually they don't, in a nicest way, the people who take all the credit for it are the politicians who go, we played this masterfully. And they are always very keen to not give the credit to anyone else, because politicians don't like sharing credit as a whole. It's a vast failing of the entire group. And as a result, you tend to not get people looking at their warship designs or their armed forces and go, what do we need to deter conflicts? Not what do we need to potentially fight a conflict. What do we need to actually be able to deter a conflict? I'd really like that question to be asked, because usually it's a slightly different force structure. And usually the answer is you need both. But yeah.
But deterrence isn't sexy, Doc. You don't reward medals for deterrence. You don't get accolades for deterrence.
No. But people live.
Yeah. Politicians, living people.
Lions, isn't infrastructure spending also very good for keeping the money within the same country it's spent? Yes, but it can be very bad if you insist on buying all your trains from the nation which bought the designs from you.
That is a very, very specific problem.
Yes, the British have a habit of developing very bright ideas for how to deal with the train systems that they and other nations who built up their railways early have. Then the British tend to sell those ideas on to other people. And then later on they decide, actually we do need trains like that. Unfortunately, now we've sold the ideas, we then have to buy the trains back from those people.
British government.
Yes, it's beautiful.
It tastes like chicken.
However, if you want real fun, you get Drac talking about the transport engineering of British governments, and yes, trust me, there is a reason why probably the quickest way for him to get sued, and I have told this to him, so I'm happy to say this online as well, is for him to start a video channel which talks about infrastructure and infrastructure spending.
However, as memory serves, Drac does have permissions to join the stage without needing the need to get promoted by somebody else.
I know. Jonathan Moon, Q&A, would it be good idea for a Baltic bastion similar to Atlantic? Didn't I answer this one the other day? Don't worry, Chip. Basically, a bastion. If you did a bastion for the Baltic, it's going to be different to the Atlantic bastion. The Atlantic bastion is an anti-submarine warfare bastion to try and defend across Atlantic movement. The Baltic bastion would be about providing defense and shore and and basically command of the seas in local areas around convoys, so you could keep supplies running freely across it. And it would be more about air defense and dealing with drone attack and missile attack than it would be submarine attack. Which is one of the reasons why you end up with a focus on vessels like the Type 31s loaded with basically CAM missiles, like the Poles are doing, and the frigate the Interventions that the Swedes are going for, where basically you are building a ships which have enough firepower they can provide the local area defense for a convoy going through, and let the fighters and the other sort of land-based systems provide the heavier cover. They provide the volume of cover against things that try and saturate their way through. The legacy. Recently, 2 American startups just built naval drones that carry hypersonic missiles. How helically pierced are conventional navies? Not that helically pierced at all. Okay,
You still need to build them.
You still need command and control. So they still need command and control systems. They still need to find their targets. And those hypersonic missiles, there is this weird idea that the hypersonic missile will always get through. Remember, before that, there was the missile would always get through. Before that, there was the bomber would always get through. Before that, these are things which historically don't always get through. So, whilst, yes, it's a scary capability, it's something you're going to have to factor in. As I keep explaining, drones and these systems are going to be things you're going to have to factor in the future. Are they going to wipe out and annihilate modern navies? Well, if that modern navy is not prepared for them, yes. If that modern navy has got decent air defense missiles, maybe airborne early warning, probably some, to provide long-range electronic warfare, to provide spoof targets for the hypersonic and those systems, and something to try and engage the drones, maybe at range, depending on the range of those hypersonic missiles, because just because it's hypersonic doesn't mean it's necessarily long-ranged. There is a very, very, very fast missile which can go exactly 10 miles, which in the nicest way, even though it's a small missile and can go very fast, can do, I think it was when I was reading the advertisement for it, it was advertised as doing Mach 12 over those 10 miles, which is great. But at that point, the drone which is carrying it has been in range of Lynx helicopters armed with rocket pods for quite a while, and those things like to hunt down torpedo boats. They are almost designed to hunt down torpedo boats and missile boats and go, hello. So, yeah.
Just to circle back slightly, Sadu asked why wouldn't you sell a license to a patent instead of just selling the patent? You get more money for the patent right up front.
Yeah, and because
a license is money over time, but less of it in the short term. You can sell a patent for a lot more money immediately.
Yeah,
and for some people that is a more attractive option.
Basically, we're talking about the British Treasury. Their assumption was they were selling it because they never need it, so they might as well get the most money immediately.
Yeah, the British Treasury loves to have money up front, completely ignorant of the fact they're going to spend it in about 15 seconds.
Yeah! Yeah, that happens far too often. But
I was summoned by the need to vent my wrath about infrastructure.
Please do!
Oh, you really want me to take over for the next half hour non-stop without a breath?
I don't mind. If you want to talk about infrastructure, you are more than welcome to, because frankly, this group are used to hearing me rant about infrastructure and spending. And, I spent the last 2 weeks explaining to them quite repeatedly, I do apologise to everyone, about how just because a dry dock exists on paper doesn't mean it actually exists, because it needs to be maintained and kept working.
Well, I mean, the relevant to what we're the kind of things we're talking about would be that ridiculous group that was set up in the early 1930s in the immediate aftermath of the Great Depression, where they had the brilliant idea of let's get the government to buy up all the failing shipyards and armaments industries because, Great Depression, no one's ordering anything. And then instead of doing the sensible thing and spending a small amount of money mothballing them in anticipation of, the economy is not going to be Great Depression all the time, and then we're going to need all this stuff, the Treasury, in its infinite wisdom, decided to not only allow the shipyards to be shut down, but then to allow all the shipyards to be built over, sold, demolished, all the heavy infrastructure taken apart, sold off basically at scrap prices to the lowest bidder, and they even put in legally binding covenants that said even if some of the really big infrastructure like dry docks was too expensive to remove, they put in legal covenants that said you cannot physically build ships here for the next 40 years. And then, shockingly, come the late 1930s, when everyone wants to rearm, magically, a whole bunch of the armament and shipbuilding industry has disappeared, never to be seen again. And they were still shutting down shipyards and were savaging them in 1938.
Yeah.
If I ever go back in time to the 1930s, I'm finding who's responsible for that, and I'm burying them in the concrete of a dry dock.
But Drac, don't you know that depression is forever?
Oh, God.
Yeah. It is when you're dealing with politicians when it comes to infrastructure.
Yeah. Oh, here's a fun one for you and me, then. What would you do to the Treasury Department if you were elected as Prime Minister?
I'm probably going to go off and buy a copy of Game of Thrones, look up the sections that discuss House Bolton historically, and go, right, for starters...
I think the first rule I would do is, in the nicest way, is the Treasury's got too big. The Treasury's now got too much power. It needs to be powerful for its job, I do understand, but it has now become de facto a second government within the government, and you've got to break it of its power. Because it's now to the point where the Treasury can dictate to the elected officials what's going to happen, and that's a problem. You have a scenario where, if we use defence, but we could also use education and a few other areas on infrastructure investment, where the government mandate has been elected to do something, and then the Treasury has gone, no. And you go, well, economically, is it going to be expensive? Yes. But your position should be to work out how to make it economically viable, not to go, no, it can't be made economically viable, so under any circumstances, so don't do it.
Well, I mean, and to be honest, apart from the more extreme measures I'd like to take, one of the other things, a basic thing that anyone with a modicum of common sense could do would be to scrap this absolutely ridiculous Treasury rule they've only had for about 2 decades.
Yeah.
Maybe coming up 25 years or so. And it's the world's dumbest rule, especially when you're talking about Treasury government level spending, which is that if you go to the government, or the government department comes to the Treasury and says, right, we need money to invest in this scheme, and the Treasury then turns around and says, okay, well, at what point are we going to see a profit on our investment? And this stupid rule says if you can't realize a profit within 5 years, which just coincidentally happens to be the length of time of an election cycle in the UK, you don't get the funding. Yep. So, anything that takes more than 5 years to build, like, say, a nuclear power plant, the Treasury won't fund. Or something that might take 3 or 4 years to build, and even if it's going to generate good, steady income year on year, even if we're talking about something, given that we're talking about investment in infrastructure, it would be insane to assume that infrastructure would generate a 25% year-on-year return on investment. But even if you could come up with something that did that, under the Treasury rules, if it takes 3 years to build, they won't fund it because you'll only get 50% of your money back by year 5. And, if you're talking about short-term stock market investments, then sure, maybe that makes a degree of sense. But as I said, when you're talking about a government, when you're supposed to be investing in national level infrastructure, which even in the best of circumstances is going to take years to build, it is the single stupidest rule that I have ever heard of in the treasury, and it means that you can get things like, yes, eventually we will authorize a nuclear power plant to be built, but it ends up then being built by private interests who extract all sorts of wonderful concessions like minimum prices on energy, which are astronomically higher than anything we pay at the moment. So yes, we have a new nuclear power plant being built, but when it comes online, the per megawatt power cost that's going to come out of it is astronomically higher than even what we're paying now.
That's the fun thing I found. I don't know if you found this for your solar panels, but actually, the longer until my solar panels get built, the quicker it's actually going to get them. They're going to be paid back in profit because of the energy prices.
Oh yeah, I mean, from a purely selfish perspective, the whole Ukraine crisis was brilliant for my return on investment on solar.
Yeah,
because I had my installation put in and it was looking like about a 12-year return on investment, and I had that put in late 2021. Obviously, early 2022, the Ukraine war started. All the energy prices went through the roof, and they paid for themselves early last year, which was what, four and a bit years, 3.5 years, I think, 3.5 years or so.
we're getting
To
the
completely return their investment.
we're getting the full
Cries and
battery stuff. I've told you what we get. We're getting the full system set up, batteries, gateway, so we can be an island system and all those things. And I did the maths, and if energy prices even only continue to rise at half the rate they're continuing to rise, we paid back in 5 years. And originally, I was expecting it to be 8 years and was happy with that because we were adding on extras. And I knew we were going to add on extra stuff because we were adding on things like heating the hot water tank with spare electricity and a car charging station and getting the the fuse box done and all those things, and to that cost. And it's
And
still,
it's honest, it's even just quality of life stuff, like the fact that at the moment we've got a massive heat wave in the middle of June, which is the longest period of sunshine. And yes, you can, believe it or not, people in the States, you can have air conditioning in the UK.
You can.
It's just very power intensive, which is very, very expensive if you're running it off the grid. But if you've got a 4 kilowatt solar panel installation, it's like, well, it's really sunny and hot. Guess what? I'm generating huge amounts of power, so I can run all my internal aircon and keep nice and cool, and it doesn't cost me a penny.
Wait a minute. What is energy intensive for you guys? Because for us, a heat pump system is a rounding error.
Well, if I'm running both upstairs and downstairs aircon, it's running about 1.5 kilowatts an hour.
That roughly tracks. I need to sit down and redo the math, which is convenient because I'm sitting down.
Yeah.
But I mean, the 1.5 kilowatts an hour doesn't sound like too much, but then that means you're basically paying about £4 or £5 in electricity a day, which again doesn't sound like too much in and of itself. But over the course of summer, that can add hundreds and hundreds of pounds to your energy bill.
Yeah.
And that's just the aircon. That's not any of the other stuff you'll be running internally.
Yeah.
Do you guys predominantly use petroleum or electric heat over there?
Heat wise, most of the UK is gas actually for heat.
Yeah, most is gas. We have gas heating system, but
Okay.
You'll have an oil based heat system if you're out in the sticks somewhere where there isn't the gas line infrastructure. But most urban and suburban areas, it'll be gas boiler central heating, and
You guys don't do LP tanks? Out there?
we do LPG, but it's they are rare in the UK. There are probably more around me than around Drac now, where I live. But even then, it's kind of rare.
It's basically the further out you get from the urban centres, the less the fixed underground energy infrastructure is, and therefore the more likely you are to have tanks of various petrol and oil-based products to facilitate heating.
Yeah. Okay. Next question, and this is a fun one. So, this is for both me and Drac, but I think anyone in the group can respond. You become Doctor Who. Where would you take your TARDIS to? Which 5 historical events would you like to see firsthand? Now, I'm going to be slightly naughty with this because my 5 historical events would be: I want to have a conversation with the person who does with Beatty when he decides on F3 on the nail rods rather than the F3s, and explain to him that he needs to go the F3 route, and bash him over the head till he agrees. Probably have a conversation with the person who decides not to fit small tube boilers to the Queen Elizabeth class battleships. Potentially have a long conversation with Churchill about how he shouldn't be pausing aircraft carriers in World War II. When else do I want to visit? I wouldn't mind going back in time and giving a thick Kevlar vest to Nelson, just so that he didn't die at Trafalgar. As much as it's useful for Britain in terms of mythology, it'd be nice to have him alive for a bit and write some memoirs, because we could use them. And it would stop him being used for other things. And probably, if I had my 5th visit, I want to go back to probably the Punic Wars, to go back and see some of the naval battles and get some actual decent information, because currently most of our information about those naval battles comes from the fact of where we found a load of rams on the sea floor, or bronze rams sitting on the sea floor, and go, well, this is what we figure out from the events they've discussed and where the rams are. Sebastian Crutchfield, why F3s instead of Nelrods? Fully armoured battlecruiser with 9 15-inch 50s, capable of 28 plus knots. That, whilst Nelrods are useful, that would be a lot more useful in World War II. Drac?
I'd probably go further back.
Mm-hmm.
I'd be very, very tempted to go back to the Battle of the Solent and tell someone to close the gun ports on Mary Rose. But on the other hand, I'm in two minds about that one, because if she doesn't sink, then we're not going to have any galleons or galleon-adjacent warships in museums and so forth, and we learned so much from that wreck.
Yeah.
One thing I definitely would do, I'd go back in time to the Battle of Actium, stand on a hill on the edge of the coastline, and just video record the whole thing, and then come back to the now and go, right, guess what, guys? I know what happened. We can stop arguing after over 2,000 years.
The problem is people are going to accuse you of using AI to generate the footage nowadays.
This is true. Yeah, and you probably have all sorts of linguists arguing over exactly how everybody is pronouncing their Latin, even though most of them are probably speaking Greek or Egyptian.
You could always bury to record it, and then bury the tape. And at the time, so it's archaeological, so you can find it in the archaeology. You go back and dig, and you've got archaeological proof that you've dug it up from that time period.
One thing I definitely do, going to Jutland, find that chap who recorded 3 hours of video footage, and just before he starts recording, lend him some gaffer tape so he can seal his camera unit seals up so the salt water doesn't get in and turn all the celluloid to mush. Yes.
Or possibly just hand him a better camera and go, use this! It records in 4K digitally. We'll sort out the image onto your system after it, okay? Wow, there was an amazing quality of this footage taken from the Battle of Jutland. It worked. Also, someone in the middle of battle walked up behind Admiral Beatty and whacked him round the head with a chair. How? Not sure. Also, they brought a folding chair from some time period.
That's when you hijack the ship's PA system first, so the last thing that BT hears is, and it's Drac with a steel chair! To the great consternation of future historians all over.
Going, who was this person, and why did they whack Beatty with a steel chair in the middle of the run to the south?
And then everybody, 100 years later is thinking, wow, Drac, you really hate that Beatty guy. You named yourself after this mythological feature that beat the ever-loving tar out of it.
Yeah.
With a steel chair in the middle of Jutland.
What else would I do? Honestly, actually, this was inspired by a question that someone asked in a recent dry dock. I would actually go back and try and persuade the Admiralty to continue with the other three Admiral class, aka the ensigns,
Yeah.
because um, I sat down and ran the calculations, and I realized that actually, when you look at it on a tonnage basis, if you had the four admirals, then when the Washington Treaty rocks up, you've got historically the Royal Navy hangs on to Tiger, the King George V, and the Iron Dukes,
Yeah.
and they have to get rid of the King George V's when Nelson and Rodney are constructed. But if you look at it tonnage wise, they'd have to they if you ditch the King George V immediately on the Washington Naval Treaty and possibly Tiger, that actually makes up, approximately speaking, the tonnage that you'd need to retain three admirals, the three additional ones, um, which would then mean that you'd the Royal. I mean, realistically, probably everyone would object very strongly at that point to the Royal Navy having any 16-inch armed ships.
I think actually the thing that they'd
But-
object to is I don't know if you get through 35,000 tons as the limit. If the British have got four 41,500 ton ships, or actually no, the other answers were going to be heavier, weren't they? So they'd have been
Yeah, well, when I
probably
looked
43,000 tons roughly.
when I looked into it, it seems the reason the US let it slide was because they, after Goodall's visit, they evaluated the combat power of Hood as approximately similar to a Colorado class.
Yeah.
So that's which is why you get Nelson, Rodney, and Hood, whereas the US gets three Colorados. So on that basis, I can see the US probably going, oh, okay, well, if we think these things are big, but because of their slightly older design, they're about the same firepower as a Colorado, they might just go, yeah, okay, you don't get any new 16-inch ships, but we'll let you keep those. And because it then puts you on essentially +1 major hull compared to historically, then maybe the US will complete their all four Colorados, so the Washington gets completed. At which point, the Royal Navy is actually in a very, very good standing, because then at the end of the 30s, they have to get rid of the Iron Dukes as they do historically. But that leaves the Royal Navy with an all 15-inch armed fleet, so complete uniformity of ammunition. It leaves them with 6 battle cruisers, 4 of which are essentially fast battleships, which means that they're a massive advantage over literally everybody else going into the Second World War, because they're not having to go, well, we've got King George V, now what do we do? Yeah, you've got loads of them. And if you've got 4 loosely affiliated Admiral class, and you're not building Nelson and Rodney, then there's a very high chance that, because none of the 4 are prestige units, or the prestige unit, the way that Hood was, you can afford to cycle them through refits more often. And even if they don't get a late 30s refit, they'll get a late 20s, early 30s retrofit, a bit like Royal Oak did. And without the 16 inches, you've got to have something to put Admiralty Fire Control Mark 1 on. So most likely the Admirals get Admiralty Fire Control Mark 1 instead of Dreyer 5 in whatever their first major retrofit is. So then you go into the Second World War, and suddenly the Royal Navy's in a lot more capable position to A, deal with things like the Scharnhorst early on, and B, can you imagine the absolute nightmare that the Regia Mariner would have if Cunningham was told, yes, okay, well, we're keeping a couple of the admirals back in the home fleet just in case the Germans eventually get round to finishing Bismarck. But while we're doing that, here, have Renown, Repulse, and the other 2 admirals go hunting.
The thing is, though, and I'm definitely never going to call a Renown a fast battleship. I'm sorry, I'm not.
No.
They are definitely battle cruisers. They get some improvements, but they're battle cruisers, and the admirals, even the ensigns are. I don't think they have enough subdivision to really close. Maybe you can argue they're fully armored battle cruisers. That you could make that argument to me, but I'm not going to call them a fast battleship because they don't have the subdivision. Because you know me, my rule is it's not just the armor coverage; it's the subdivision.
Which is why I was saying if they get that like late 20s, early 30s refit that Repulse and Royal Oak and a few of the others get, because you don't have the pressing need to keep Hood front and center all the time. That's where you might get a reasonably substantial retrofit, even if it's not full modernization. Even on Hood, obviously they ripped out the 5.5s and put in twin 4s. So you might get some structured rebuilds or limited rebuilds at that point that will improve their durability. But to be perfectly honest, even the way they're set up with just the standard upgrades they'd receive, given that the Littorios don't come online till 6-9 months after Italy actually gets involved in the war, you don't necessarily need full fast battleships to go chasing around after the upgraded 12-inch.
No, you
Dreadnoughts.
don't. And also, I would add, the thing is, if you've got that many 40,000-ton ships, then the odds are you don't get through 35,000 tons as your standard tonnage limitation. It just doesn't happen. It's gonna be a treaty which sets it maybe at 40,000 tons. Maybe they do that, but then that's going to change completely what you're going to build as the KGVs, etc. And it's also, even if you are limited to 15,000, your tonnage allowance goes up to 600,000 tons. And that changes things. That means your tonnage you can get through even a lot more, even more ships.
And you might have knock-on effects on carriers as well, because of course, initially at Washington, carriers are 27,000 tons and capital ships are 35.
Yeah.
But if you apply a roughly similar logic, then that would mean that if the battleships now become say 40,000 tons, the carrier displacement probably creeps into the low 30s of thousands.
Yeah.
Which that's suddenly pushing a lot more capability into carriers, because the people are going to still hit that 100 aircraft as a practical air group ceiling, but that means they can start playing around with a lot more interesting concepts like something implacable size instead of illustrious size.
And also it pushes up, of course, the cumulative tonnage. Cumulative tonnage goes up again. People often forget the Washington Treaty. They focus in on the individual tonnage, but as you and I often bang onto, the cumulative tonnage has just as much impact, because the thing is, you can build 5 27,000-ton carriers on the 135,000 tons. But that means it's only got 5 aircraft carriers, which is not enough aircraft carriers to do what Britain needs to do or what America needs to do. And so if you've got, let's say it pushes up to 33,000 tons, and 5 times that is 165,000 tons, well, you can still build a fairly good aircraft carrier on 27,000 tons, but if you wanted to, but now you could probably build about 7 of them. And that's going to have a big impact.
Imagine Ark Royal, but with the actual hull size and subdivision they wanted.
Yes, Ark Royal, but with the armoured flight deck, so she is the combined carrier they wanted to. Rather like the Implacables were. It'd be interesting. Anyone else have their moments they want to go back in time to?
Go ahead, Fox.
I know mine's a bit of a joke answer, but I've got medieval dyes and paints in my room already, and I've got a copy of Tolkien's The Silmarillion.
Okay.
I would go back in time, like 12 to 14,000 years, and start painting Tolkien's poetry on the walls of caves. Think of all the conspiracy theories you could start.
Oh, good lord.
Like 2 in the Americas, 2 in Europe, and 1 in the Himalayas. Come back forward in time and watch archaeologists go insane.
Oh, that would be funny. That would be very funny.
Right, go on. You had an idea?
Mm-hmm.
I want to go back and see, what was it? South Dakota had the Cascade failure at Guadalcanal, right? That was Dakota?
Jack, it was, wasn't it?
Where the entire ship
Yeah, South
Yeah.
Dakota with their electrical breaker issues.
And just take a look at her as built diagrams and how she was actually built. Because I've come to the decision that if I ever decide to lose my mind and go back to school for engineering, I want to see if I can write a paper on that cascade failure. Because it could be reading history backwards, but to me, that is a really weird set of events to happen if the system was designed with any set of brains.
Okay.
You don't know.
Dragon.
One I would probably want to do, partly just because certain people annoy me with certain things about it, is in particular would be probably sometime just before the 23rd of June 1314.
Okay.
Very specific.
Yes, because I want to make sure the Scots lose the Battle of Bannockburn.
But why?
Because I find history, I do find the history interesting, and while the Scots very much deserve their win there, it's a case of really England. With quite literally 4 to 5 times their men. And you lose decisively.
I would like to point out they hadn't paid their bills, so my family were not involved in that battle.
Also, getting them to pay their bills would be a good idea.
Yes, pay. My family was supposed to be fighting on the English side. They didn't pay us, so we didn't turn up.
Just in general, paying your army is a good thing.
Yes, we don't fight. If you don't pay us, we don't fight.
Yes,
Well, at that point, all you need to do is take a copy of the the account of the Battle of Homildon Hill, and just hand it to whichever lord you can find who's in charge, and be like, "Look, fixed spear formation, archers good, horses bad."
Because it could have a very interesting,
Yeah.
it could have a very interesting knock-on effect to Scottish history. And
Well, the other thing,
I love
of course,
it almost sounds like you said Scottish with air quotes.
no, I do actually have some respect for them.
But for extra fun, of course, you could go back in an ice cream truck and thus make Braveheart technically slightly historically accurate.
Did they seriously have an ice cream truck in Braveheart?
Yeah, go have a look.
Yeah, it's driving along in the middle of the background of Bannockburn.
You'd think they would edit that out.
Yeah.
I think it's also in that film that you could also see like modern day watches on a lot of people.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, there was a lot of errors, to say the least, in that film.
Right. We have an Azur Lane question, so this is Foxo and Dragon's World.
Oh no.
Oh, yeah. As Queen's Light's train, as Azur Lane echoes from afar, says is based on the Orient Express with mirror carriage technology, would a future version of Queen's Light train expected to be much improved? I think the answer is yes, and shall we move on?
That kind of answers your own question, doesn't
Yeah.
it?
Yeah.
Would an improvement, a good time given, which allows improvement, result in an improvement to the vehicle? More than likely, yes.
Yes.
Counterpoint, Dragon. Have you ever seen a car built by the Embracer Group in the last 15 years?
No. Well, probably, but I'm telling you, even
Okay.
Or I
Embracer
submit,
Group
Racer makes cars.
Go on, Drac.
I submit into evidence Alfa Romeo.
Yes.
Right. Okay, that's fair enough. But, yeah, but at least Queen Elizabeth, we know, is competent in Azure Lane, so she probably will at least force them to do some level of improvements.
Yes. After all, she is the battleship. This is something that's going to be fun, and I have a feeling that Drac and Dragon are going to enjoy this question the most. We have seen games like Pyramid. This is from Carrot151. We have seen games like Pyramid invented for, I think it's BGG, which is...
It's probably BSG.
I think it's Battlestar Galactica. 3D chess for Star Trek, etc. Which sci-fi game would you like to be a thing in real life? I have played 3D chess. It was weird.
The Jarek from Star Wars, purely because that would mean we had actual functioning holotable technology, which would be the main point for me, rather than the actual game itself.
Dragon.
I'm trying to think.
I've got a technical answer if you want time to think.
Go on.
And because according to the Rogue Trader magazines, you can play a version of Psychic Poker with the Emperor's Terrier. I would want access to Psychic Scrying Magic, please, to play poker with. I could make so much money.
I mean, there is also the whole thing in 40k of like a sufficiently gifted individual can. I can't remember if it's you have to be a psyker or being a psyker helps, but you can also just be an inquisitor with incredible willpower. But I think in at least in some of the literature, a sufficiently willful person can actually play the Emperor's Tarot against chaos, and it actually works.
Yes.
Can you imagine? Can you imagine being like a 40k demon who's like spent the last several millennia across time impersonating various deities and gaining worship and everything, and then some dude in a funny hat shows up with a playing card and banishes you?
Would be highly amusing.
Yeah, okay, next
I'm pretty
question.
sure that's just old world witch hunters.
Yes. But next question is a fun one. It is panel's opinion. This is from Stafford. Which speech is better, Battleborn 5: The Casualties of Mathematics, or Blade Runner: Tears in Rain? I'm just going to let Raleigh in.
Much as I absolutely love Babylon 5, I'm going to probably vote for Blade Runner in that particular case, simply because it's so punchy and to the point.
I've not seen either of them, actually, so I can't really comment.
I can have an opinion, but it'll be uninformed and completely useless.
Yeah, I just can't get into watching Babylon 5. I know it is a good series, but just trying to get through that first season... And the problem is the first season is kind of important.
I feel like you might be teeing yourself up for some treatment of heresy, but you know.
No, I always admit that, look, B5's one that... I'm a Deep Space Nine person, not a Babylon 5. If I want a space station, I go there. Or if I want a series set on a space station, that's where I go.
Okay. Now, it's a good thing there are both me and Drac here, because we can give a fair assessment of this. Along with Dragon, who I think has read it. Unfortunately, Dan's not here, and Glyn's not here, which is a good question. Kara, I've been enjoying Glyn's House Adamant series recently. How would you like to share a mind link with a sentient warship? And if you did, which would you pick? Okay. A sentient warship. Would you like to share a mind link with it? And which would you pick?
Yes, Bonnie.
I am not picking, as much as I love her, I would not be picking Warspite. I don't want to have something
No, you'd just be
screechy.
overwhelmed by screams of incoherent rage and overt desire to kill everything in front of you.
Yes, this is the thing. I think HMS Tiger could be fun. I've got enough videos about her recently. She has quite a interesting career. Renown would potentially be cool. Taking anyone to the tribals would just be, I can do it. You gonna bet I can't? I can do it. Are you better than I can? I can do it. And I just know how it would go.
No, that's too many enemies. That's too many enemies. Put some enemies back. No.
I mean, slightly sideways answer. I'd actually be tempted to actually try and mind link with one of the World War One R-class submarines. Purely because I suspect most of the thought process is just going to be dun 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 dun.
Did you mean T-class?
No, World War One R class. I think I would probably go with the U class from World War Two because they'd just be wandering around going, "Hello, we see target. You're ours." Foxo.
I'm just thinking, how far can you put the definition of warship?
I presume it has it's in the most generic form. I mean, it's a ship armed to fight in a war.
So,
Okay, so she was armed. Because in that case, I would want the SS Ohio. Basically, old reliable that's willing and brave enough to go through anything to get the job done. Even if that means catching fire and sinking in port once you've been unloaded.
At least you get a nice place to sink, let's be honest.
Yeah. And basically, on the fuel side, relieving the siege of Malta.
Yeah.
Because that's a lot of bravery for someone that wasn't built as a warship, but got pressed into role.
If you want to go with warship, as in is designed for war, masses several thousand tons, and is capable of going to sea. If you want to go somewhat fictional, a Jaeger from Pacific Rim. But then you get to fight at sea and in melee combat at the same time. Plus, you're a giant stompy mech.
Yeah, but those come with standard equipment, Drac.
Why did I think for a moment that the Drac was going to say the Kamchatka?
No, that's just that would literally just open the eye of terror on Earth.
Oh, Drac, you'll be happy to know that your meme has made it into Gen Pop because I was seeing a Reddit thread on the recent Russian warship putting warning shots in the English channel, and the top 3 comment threads were all, "Do you see torpedo boats?"
Yay!
And I'm like, I know where that started.
Oh.
If we're going with fictional warships that are still ships, the Alicorn would be very funny to bond to.
The fun one, another fun one would be HMS Africa at the Battle of Trafalgar, just going, "Free bird! You're not supposed to be sailing down the entire Franco-Spanish battle line. Free as a bird flies. No, Africa! No, not the entire battle line."
Here's another one. HMS Rodney during the pursuit of Bismarck.
I'm gonna get you. I'm gonna get you. I'm gonna get you.
They won't let me ram you. I'm getting close enough. Why won't they let me ram you?
Oh, Rodney wasn't that bloodthirsty.
She was literally firing so close. Guns were still pressed so much to fire at the target. She was actually doing damage to herself, and still carried on firing.
I still like the suggestion / statement of intent from Rodney's captain, and annoyingly, because it's signed Captain HMS Rodney, I haven't quite been able to work out whether it's Dalrymple Hamilton or not, because it's right on the edge of the period when he takes command of Rodney. But when he's giving input into one of the 15,000,001 Royal Navy defence plans for what if the Germans invade. But this essentially statement of intent is, I will sail down the east coast of England at night. I will, and basically the action plan is sail as physically close to the German fleet as possible, and ideally at night or in fog. And at the point that they actually notice that I'm there, which hopefully will be when I essentially ram somebody, then open up with every single gun I've got. And if at some point these impudent insects manage to do enough damage that I'm in danger of sinking, I'm just going to beach myself on the invasion beach and become an unsinkable doom fortress for the German troops. It's like if there was ever a statement of intent that was just like, I am going to kill each and every single one of you until I run out of ammunition, and possibly not even then am I going to stop. It's an absolutely wonderful bit of archival reading.
That reminds me, the Patriot vote has gone live now, and one of the questions literally is, what happens if the Germans do actually launch Operation Sea Lion, if Hitler decides to gamble on it? And that is one of many things which could happen to Operation Sea Lion. Basically, the Royal Navy turns up in the middle of the night and goes, hello.
I borked up yesterday and forgot to submit my question, so maybe I'll see if I could sneak it in here today, or I'll wait for, what would that be, October's submissions?
I'll be open next week.
You're going to love the question, Drac, when you see it come up.
Okay. There's another Azerlane question. I know it's a sci-fi week, but I'm still running on a small limitation of about no more than 6 Azerlane questions. Knight 681 for Dragon and Foxo. Azerlane in Azerlane's 7th EN anniversary event, where Commander says, so another story where I go into fantasy land from seeing a magical guidebook. Does that sound like Commander ain't surprised? I'm gonna answer that before Dragon Fox, so yes. Okay, that's yes. And this is, and by the way, the rule of Azerlane questions is no more than 6 per person. So Knight, if you want multiple, you're gonna have more than 6. You're gonna have to have a second account.
Don't encourage him.
YouTube the Legacy. What's your opinion on Foxhole Airborne and Siege Camp's awful communications? I noticed from a little bit of playing, but also from people who play it regularly, it was their attempt to make the gameplay more interesting. I don't think it worked. Okay, next question is from Steve. This is a slight abuse of privilege. Yeah, but okay, I'll take it, Steve. Question, but not from me. In a discussion with a friend yesterday, who has the belief that the Royal Navy should go all in on various types of drone, UAV, USV, UAV, they can't decide which, as a method of projecting power. They're proposing having the uncrewed vehicle going into an attack range to launch a collection of one-way attack drones and missiles at the targets before retiring to be reloaded. You did say to them that no Navy currently... Is there more to this question? No, no Navy currently probably has that, but, you know, what do you think? I'm guessing, Steve, judging by the question you gave me yesterday. I'm going to let Drax start off on this one, because I already had a stab at it yesterday, but my first response was, we have things like that, they're called aircraft carriers, that launch things which launch things.
See, my perspective is that the general idea of this kind of system could be useful, but as a force multiplier for an existing fleet.
Yep.
The biggest problem of this kind of proposal is that people like the Treasury will go, okay, we can have this instead of, scale actual warships. Whereas I think what people should be looking at is a system that is probably the best way of explaining it simply would be kind of like the loyal wingman concept they have for aerial combat drones in the near future, where you still have a manned aircraft as the centerpiece.
Yeah.
And then you have 2, 3, or 4 smaller drones acting as both weapon carriers, sensor platforms, data relays, and at the last, theoretically, somewhat expensive decoys to save the man system. And in some concepts of the loyal wingman idea, that's also meant that the actual manned fighter has grown into a kind of a large twin-seater, long-distance thing that in World War II the World War II concept would be something more like a Mosquito or a Beaufighter as opposed to a Spitfire or a Bf 109.
Yeah.
And that kind of concept as applied to shipping, I could see working relatively well. So you'd have a Type 83, but then the Type 83 would maybe have 4 of these unmanned USVs with it, and we'd be talking about fairly large vessels, maybe in the order of a few thousand tons.
I usually talk about them being about 2,500 to 3,000 tons to actually be viable warships.
Because they've got to be seaworthy apart from anything else. And then what I would do then would be to load up my manned vessel, which would be somewhat larger. That would essentially just be absolutely slathered in sensors and defensive weaponry, whether that be lasers, other point defense weapons, surface-to-air missiles, etc. So it would be essentially almost entirely tasked with defensive equipment, and then the unmanned systems would be the ones that are carrying the offensive surface-to-surface missiles, perhaps packs of their own smaller attack drones, attack USVs, etc., etc. Because going from a point of we can detect the enemy in some way, shape, or form to getting to a point of we are in weapons lock range to actually unleash an attack on the enemy, it means covering a fair bit of distance and putting yourself potentially in range of enemy counterfire. So that's where the drone units would be best used, because yes, you're risking money, but they're smaller and quicker to build, and you don't risk losing people if they do get hit. But even if someone through hand wavy rule of magic somehow manages to take out every single one of your attack drones, they still haven't actually significantly diminished your defensive firepower. So you can still defend if you're escorting a carrier, or if you have to withdraw, you can still conduct a withdrawal, and reasonably reliably your manned vessel will actually get out of range intact, and then potentially can pick up another set of offensively loaded drone wingmen quite easily and sail back in again and just repeat the process until you win.
Yeah. You see, my thing when I keep having this conversation with people is I sit there and go, 2 things. One, if you want to use drone warfare, that's fine. But if you want to use it, the thing about Ukraine, which doesn't serve necessarily as the best example, is you've got a fairly static front. It's turned into a very high-tech version in many ways of 1914, 1918, and not the last 100 days. We're talking the most of the war. And I'm sitting there going, that means that if you're on a more fluid front, then all those fiber optic systems, etc., probably not viable. So realistically, what you need to be investing in is a lot of satellite communications, because if you don't have the satellite comms, you're not going to be able to control those systems. And don't say they're going to be AI controlled, because then you're trusting a computer to run everything and decide when to fire weapons in peacetime as well as war. When you're using these ships in the grey zone, do you really want to have no human in the loop of their fire control? None at all. That's going to be fun. And
you want to trust the hallucinating plagiarism machine to make kill/no-kill decisions?
Okay. You just imagine that. You're just like, okay, don't worry, everyone. That's a fishing boat. 2 seconds later, a hypersonic missile half the weight of said fishing boat blows out of the water. And you're like, what the heck? Oh no, you're completely right. I got that wrong. You're completely right to call me out on that. Here's what I did wrong, and how we can prevent it in the future.
Yeah, it's kind of a case of no. Let's not do that one. And
the other thing is, if you've got a manned ship in the mix as kind of the coordination vessel, it also means that, like you're pointing out with Ukraine, a lot of the radio-controlled drones now, they're still around, but in the really contested areas with jamming and stuff, they're using the fiber optics more and more often, because it turns out that it almost doesn't matter how hardened and encrypted you make the communications, you can just completely overwhelm the frequencies.
Yes. And it's like
that's what I was going to.
With the ships,
it's
like
the formation, you can do things like point-to-point hard-coded laser communication, which isn't going to be jammed.
That is what probably you'd have to use. You'd have to use the laser links.
Yeah.
And
I would say that
Karen.
with the best will in the world, the communications infrastructure to facilitate a majority uncrewed force or optionally crewed force doesn't exist and probably won't exist for a significant amount of time. Because the scuttlebutt off of scuttlebutt, but I'm seeing a lot of articles and blurbs and bits and bobs and doobly doos of GPS signals being molested by some degree. And that's GPS. That's a very well-known system with, I think, what you got, the GPS system, GLONASS, there's a European constellation and a Chinese constellation, if memory serves.
Yep.
With multiple backup systems, and I think a lot of commercially available GPSs will just pull from whatever they can get the clearest signal from. And we're having issues with that system, and now you want to try and command and control things that are 1,000, 10,000, 100,000 kilometers away. Good luck. You can certainly try.
It's going to be interesting. And I'd say the other thing I tend to add into them is, well, apart from it's going to be the fleet of fleets, but it's a case of if you're going to have them, if you cannot rearm them at sea, then they are going to have to be rearmed back in a port, which means they're going to have to be escorted back to that port and brought back. Because otherwise, if you have them running solo, then all an enemy has to do to cause you real trouble for your offensive operations, if you've just got them running backwards and forwards solo, is stick a submarine or something in their path and just go, oh, did we sink you? Did we sink you? Did we sink you? Did we sink you? And then you have a real issue. This is one of the reasons why they keep going, when they go, oh, we can make the Type 45s much better by just having these systems. Oh, great. And how are you going to escort them? How are you going to escort those Clarks back to be rearmed? You know, okay, yes, you have 4 Clarks. They're loaded with, let's say, another 100 and, well, let's say they've got 48 missile VLS each. So let's say they are loaded with, what's that? 192 in VLS. Great. That's 96 engagements. 2 missiles per target. So 96 engagements. That could be 3 or 4 strikes, let's say. But then they need to go back and reload it. You need to have new ones coming out. Otherwise, what's the point in them? And people keep forgetting about that. They keep acting like the rest of the sea is going to be like land, where you have a nice demarcation of this is our zone, that's their zone, and whilst there might be special forces operating in this area, we will have presence and control, and it will be able to contest those special forces. So they're not going to be able to just hang around on a roadside attacking everything that goes through. But if you don't have the sea controlled, the sea isn't like land. There aren't a population wandering around it that's generally keeping an eye on things. There's no police. There's no things like that. There's literally, where are your warships? That's the portion of the world's water you control. Other than that, it's anyone's. Or lay a few mines. Yes, Sheffield, that's the other option they can do. Lay a few mines. So, Nightwolf has this one, and what are everyone's thoughts on the ship's design for the film Wing Commander?
No idea. No thoughts. Head empty.
Look.
Only sax and violins.
That might be because you're a bit young, okay? I'm just going to say that, because it was Freddie Prinze Jr., Saffron Burrows, Matthew Lillard, and it came out in 1999. And
please tell me it's not another Thunderbirds.
No, it's an interesting space war where the cat-like Kilrathi are trying to eradicate humans.
Understandable. Have a nice day.
Yes, there are quite a few humans who'd be sat on the side of the large cats. I know what you're all like.
Kitty lady.
Yeah, do you remember Freddie Prinze Jr.? Are you old enough to remember Freddie Prinze Jr.?
Well, see, the problem is I'm actually too
Yep.
old, so now I've forgotten all the people I know.
What about Wing Commander came out 4 years before I was born?
Yes, we realise we have an amoeba in the group.
So, yesterday?
But yeah, the ship designs were artistically quite impressive. There was a few questions I had about their actual design, but really you didn't get to see much of them because a lot of the battle scenes were very limited because it was a case of where are you going to position and how we're going to be organised, and it had a very much a choke point approach to interstellar travel to give the film its viability. Okay, this is one which I think Drac will enjoy. What do the panel think of Nebula's fleet command loadout system, and how do you feel the combat matches with future naval combat? What type of fleet would you each build?
I guess Drac will have fun with that because I have no idea.
Did you say nebula or nebulous?
Nebulous, I'm presuming.
Nebulous as in fuzzy, nebulous as in possessive of nebula.
As in the Game Maker, and it's an interesting game system which you can Fleet Command, which is on Steam, and it's quite a cool game. But I do know that some people do on this channel do own this game. I'm not gonna out them. I do know they own the game. I have it as well. I've always enjoyed it. I have to say I prefer Galactic Civilization as my ship designer because I've always found that more intuitive. But it's pretty cool. But I thought Drac probably would have had a copy of it because it's not an expensive game. But
I just double checked. I do have a copy of it. Unfortunately, I haven't had although it's on my list of games to play, I haven't had a chance to play it yet. And considering that these days I'm only buying 3 or 4 games a year, yeah, I want to play it. It looks really cool. A lot of ways, it actually reminds me of Homeworld.
Yeah, it does. That is what it reminded me of when I played it. And I actually honestly haven't played it according to my stat. I just looked at my Steam system. It came out in 2022, and I haven't played it since 2024. So, yes, I do apologize.
Maybe that's something we should do in the future. We should get like 3 or 4 of us to do a multiplayer PvP.
Oh, that'd be fun.
And then we can all be answering questions like this, but with the actual stream view just being cycling between each person's screen, and
because I played it during its early access. I remember when I started playing it in early access because a friend of mine, Cake, got us it. It was... They had just added converted space tankers to the game. And there was 2 ways to win a fight. It was either all the missiles or suicide bombing. Which I don't think it was fun. Admittedly, it's a fun game. It's just trippy at times.
Yeah. Timu, what possible sci-fi inspired naval things might we have in the next few decades? I wouldn't be surprised if you start seeing versions of 3D printed systems going to sea, in the sort of same idea as almost you saw in Star Trek, etc., with them being out there, there being computers, but it's returning in many ways. The workshop spaces are starting to return to ship designs, I have noticed that modern warship designs coming through are starting to increasingly have space for them to do their own ongoing internal maintenance and things like 3D printing, like shops maintaining equipment. As navies are sort of moving back to the idea of we don't want to have contractors every port we go to. It's getting expensive.
So, why did that go away to begin with? Do I want to know?
Because it was supposed to be cheaper to have the private industry of contractors providing the support in every port you visited. And I'm sure Drac will back this up as an assessment, because it's always cheaper to have private industry provide you with support wherever you go, isn't it, Drac?
I want to amend my earlier answer regarding what I would do with the TARDIS. I want to go back to the first person who said, you know what? That's a good idea. Let's do it. And I want to make them go away. Because, yeah, no, just...
I think Drac is worried
it's
about...
never cheap.
I think Drac is worried about ranting again, because Drac's gone quiet.
Yeah, well, I mean, if you want sci-fi space technology in the near future, we kind of have lasers already.
Yes.
So I'd expect them to grow in both power and distribution. If you want to go back to early televised and movie sci-fi, thanks to the desire for stealth, ships are getting lower and lower polygon count compared to what they used to be. I mean, try building a 1 to 200 Type 42 destroyer, and then build a Type 45. You'll have the Type 45 done in about 20% of the time.
Mm-hmm.
I suspect you might see some more exotic propulsion systems coming in, if we're talking about the next several decades. At least in terms of the power sources.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of submarines, obviously, especially things like ballistic missile subs, they already run internally somewhat like actual sci-fi spaceships. You're completely enclosed environment. Basically, the only way of telling out what's actually meaningfully going on is via sensors rather than looking out a window, etc. So there's that.
Oh, yeah.
I think one thing that you're probably more likely to see in the future is probably going to be ship interiors that more closely resemble older sci-fi than newer sci-fi. So if you're talking about like original Star Trek, maybe Next Gen, and the original Star Wars trilogy, those kind of, I mean, look at spaceships as you see them now. Lots of buttons, lots of manual stuff, and I think it's going to be more of that. So if you imagine a cross between an Imperial Star Destroyer's bridge and the bridge of NCC 1701, that's the kind of sci-fi technology you can probably expect to see in the future on warships, purely because it's hardened, it doesn't break very often, and it's reliable. The kind of stuff you see on the last few years iterations of Star Trek, where everything is fancy floating holographic screens with touch in quotation mark interfaces,
Mm-hmm.
and that kind of stuff. It's just not going to happen, because those systems are going to be, even if they can invent them in the next couple of decades, they'll be so finicky and delicate. I mean, there's a reason that warships today don't use 75-inch OLED screens or plasma screens for primary display. They might have a few on board for fun and games, but you're not using massive flat screen TVs as your general actual command and control interfaces.
The Japanese have
again,
that,
because they're far too vulnerable.
The Japanese have that command center which they've built in a complete circle, haven't they? So that they built, so there's a massive screen around it, but they've built it as I think it's an LED screen wall or something like that. So it's an LED, it's a massive wraparound LED screen wall to highlight where that shows the enemy are off here, or gives you a full 360 view of what's around the ship in the command center, and allows you to zoom in on things. But that is...
Yeah, but then, to be fair, if you're doing that down in somewhere like CIC, you might as well, because it'll probably break. at some point, but if you're down in the depths of the hull, you couldn't see out anyway. So if the screens go, it's just like, oh well,
Yeah.
back to how it used to be.
Yeah.
Whereas up on the bridge, you still want your viewports. You do not want to be relying on something that's going to stop working the minute the HDMI cable gets slightly too bent.
Yeah. It's going to be fun. Okay. Thank you, YouTube Minecraft Watcher, for the posture check, hydrate, and the redeem stretch. Ooh. It's nice when that stretch. FDI has something similar, yeah, they FDI. Basically, the Japanese have upped it, the French have gone to it, and everyone else is looking at it going, is this worth it? Judging by the number of people buying the Mogami and the FDI and keeping that component in there, I am wondering if that's one of the reasons why because it's marketed as increased situational awareness for the CIC in Grey War scenarios, where you're in visual range of things and you're kind to keep track of everything. Because it allows everyone in the CIC to sort of have an idea, sort of be looking at what's going on and seeing what's going on around them, as well as monitoring their stations.
I've got one thing which I think you're very definitely going to see in the near future that's going to be very sci-fi-ish. Whether it be drones, helicopters, sensors outside the ship, whatever, I think there's probably going to be a certain number, maybe 10, 20 years down the line, of VR goggle style installments in a warship, so that an officer or several will be able to put them on and then see full 360 or near enough from the perspective of multiple different components of either a ship or possibly even a fleet.
Yeah. And I think I would add to that as well. I think you're also going to see exoskeletons for loading and offloading, and probably for marine actions. I think it's starting to look like it's been coming. Raleigh, get away from that suitcase. Sorry.
But if I eat the suitcase, Papa can't go anywhere. I think you're going to see, Star Trek is famous for this, but I think you're going to see even normal, quote unquote, surface ships gain an increasing menagerie of remote / daughter vehicles. Mm-hmm. Whether those be something like Sea Stallion or Fire Scout equivalents, or even just Mark 48 with brains and no brawn that they can chuck off the ship and have it go take a look at that thing.
There's a message from Jacob. Wow, 40 months a member. Oh, thank you. By the way, a lot of new maritime equipment does work via touchscreen, and as an engineer who has to work with it, I hate it, probably because you have to fix it every 5 minutes. I agree. And also, it probably, if you're an engineer, you probably have greasy fingers, and that's notoriously for making touchscreens go fun, because if your finger's not pure, they won't detect you.
Yeah, that's why I mentioned next gen, because that's kind of LCARs in next gen is kind of like the modern touch screens, but there's at least still a physical interface there, as opposed to Discovery or and things like that, where it's like, yeah, magical light field in front of you, which goes out the minute the ship takes so much as a brush with it. You're right.
LCARS makes a lot of sense when you look into its background from some of the extended stuff. Discovery stuff is so silly.
Okay, and this is something definitely for Drac with the infrastructure hat on. So, Project Plowshare is used to build a canal across the isthmus of Tikampek in 1960. How does that change history? Project Plowshare, if I remember correctly, is the project to use nuclear weapons to dig a canal.
Yeah, chain your way to victory.
Yeah.
I mean, we're not going to have to worry about Panamax.
No.
We probably would have to worry about acute global radiation poisoning, but you know.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, actually, to be fair, that might actually have a very significant impact on the American supercarrier program.
Yes.
Because they enlarged the the Panama Canal and the locks and stuff, in part specifically so that they could get larger and larger warships through. But because of the massive strategic disadvantage of having to send ships all the way around South America if they can't get through the Panama Canal, there has been a kind of hard upper limit on exactly how big you can make an aircraft carrier, certainly in terms of beam, which is quite important, obviously, for flight decks. And if they manage to pull off a Project Plowshare style, we're just going to blast a several 100-foot wide canal all the way through, and thus technically ensuring full continental separation for the first time in quite a while. I suspect that some of the later models of US supercarrier will probably be significantly larger than they historically have been, because one, it would allow carriers to return back towards the kind of 100+ air group that some of the supercarriers had in the mid to late Cold War, and obviously that they'll retain that even going forward to today, when the normal air group is more in the kind of 70s ish. But also back in the period when you could fit 100 aircraft on a supercarrier, if you build an even bigger supercarrier, you probably still want to keep it around that number, but you're going to see probably larger strike aircraft to make up for that for the extra hangar space they've now got.
Mm-hmm.
Which probably means one of my most beloved aircraft from an aesthetic point of view, the A5, might have a slightly longer service career, or at least a successor might do.
Oh, the Vigilante.
Yeah.
I like that. Of course, the only aircraft which were designed to lay eggs in flight.
I thought there was another one that was designed to do the poop and scoot.
Not the same way.
Literally, I don't know what it was about kind of early to mid Cold War American aircraft designers, but some of them, like the ones who designed the Vigilante, the ones who designed the Seamaster, like they really, really knew what they were doing. But I wonder if there's like a finite level of design capability in the world, and when you get people who can design aircraft like that, it automatically saps it from other nearby aircraft designers. Because at the same time you have aircraft being designed like that, you have aircraft like the B-47 or the A3, where it's like, yes, they technically fly, but I think they're more helicopter adjacent in that they launch themselves forward and the Earth itself physically repels them into the sky because it doesn't want anything to do with them.
And they don't even have the skill of the Blackburn, which repels itself by being so ugly. Yeah, Project Plowshare would have been interesting.
I mean, the other thing is it does open up the possibility if America's blown a new Panama Canal for itself, there's a lot of other macro scale engineering projects people are probably going to be going, ooh, now you mention the word nuke.
Yeah.
I'm now imagining direct access to nuclear weapons as part of the planning process, and I'm concerned.
Yes, that is also, because let's be honest, there are other canals which could have been built. It's like the idea to connect the it's the Black Sea to the
Caspian.
Caspian, yeah. And if you think about that, if you connect the Black Sea to the Caspian, that's the sort of thing the Soviet Union would actually do with a nuclear with it. They would go, oh yeah, we can do this. We can connect this to the Caspian Sea.
Given the number of canals and rivers that the Soviet Union has, I wouldn't put it past them to eventually try and use, even possibly start a major production line of smaller scale construction grade nukes purely to try and open up some kind of major warship shipping channel from the Baltic to the Black Sea, partially using existing canals and rivers and just blowing access points where they otherwise need to.
I was thinking they'd want to do the one from the Caspian Sea to the Black Sea and just go through Azerbaijan and Georgia, so that if they, that way they could deal with some problems early on. And they would not put a nice canal the other side of the mountain range So that would secure that particular southern border quite nicely, because you'd have a nice wide ship canal and then a mountain range. Good luck trying to cross it. That is a nice firm geographical position for them. We'll see. Carol151, I have read people's opinion of Star Trek replicators mean that everyone in Starfleet is effectively vegan aboard ship. What's your opinion?
This annoys me to no end.
Phil, theoretically, it's not supposed to be, but, they do.
If you can make me...
They have synth meat.
A steak.
And synthanol instead of alcohol.
Yeah, they do.
Basically...
Synthol is indeed a thing, but that's explicitly because synthol is designed so that you can have effectively the taste of alcohol without getting drunk, so you can have theoretically a drink on duty.
It's a decaf version of alcohol, basically.
Yeah, you can still get alcohol from replicators. Sorry, go on, run on then. I'll explain my thing.
If you can make me a steak that tastes just like steak, or chicken breast that tastes just like chicken, and has the same texture and mouthfeel and cooks identical, I don't really care where it comes from.
Yeah.
So
yeah,
and I mean, you've also got to what then? I mean, I suppose there's two levels to it. One level is like Runan said, if you are fundamentally making something that has an identical protein structure and physical makeup to an actual steak, then
I'll be back in a second. Just taking the poodle up.
Yeah, then I mean, it is fundamentally a steak by most standards, and then whether or not it counts as vegan, I think probably counts on which particular strand of vegan philosophy you subscribe to. Because for some vegans, it's kind of the thing about, we don't want to harm animals, at which point technically eating a replicated steak is vegan because no animal was involved in the making of that steak. But for other people, it's more of this ideological thing about animal protein as just as an objective thing, regardless of where it comes from. Because I know there are some vegans who will eat the kind of the plant-based burger fake stuff, and others who won't. Which I'm just like, well, you fight over that. I'm just going to eat the actual real thing, but never mind. So, I mean, I suspect some people would think it was vegan, some people would think it wasn't, and then, of course, you get into the other issue, which is where exactly is the raw material coming from in the first place? Because you could turn it on its head, because the replicator resynthesizes all sorts of things into the food that it creates. But it's got to have. I mean, it's been established in more recent Star Trek canon that you still have to have a kind of some kind of physical matter that gets resequenced. At which point you could end up in the hilarious position of actually the replicator being the single most non-vegan thing imaginable, if they just go to whatever the 24th century version of an abattoir is and just go, okay, we'll just take in bulk all the offal, the offcuts, the hooves, the ears, etc., all the stuff that normally gets either chucked away or turned into school meals for kids, and just turn it into a high density protein slurry that then gets resynthesized into everything from a steak to an apple.
I think they at least have to scan the things originally, don't they? It's to my mind, replicator technology has always been kind of like transporter technology, in that, especially the later versions, is that they have scans and they just resynthesize you. Because let's be honest, what a transporter basically does is kill you and then recreate you.
Yeah, I thought.
Right. So,
hang on. Can I just say one thing, Dragon, really quickly? Because it doesn't tell into what you're saying. I thought replicators were direct energy to matter conversion.
They are.
They are.
Okay.
So, because I think technically also there's a big difference here. There is replicators, and then there's the food synthesizers.
Mm-hmm.
TOS did not have replicators; it had food synthesizers.
Yeah.
Replicators from TNG onwards, though, are rearranging of molecules and atoms to create literally anything. Where that comes from, well, you can either use energy or you can disassemble something. That's why there's some sources say there are stuff like replicator blocks, because it's more efficient to turn a block of antimatter into better matter than it is just to do matter energy conversions, which makes sense by our current understanding of physics. So, realistically speaking, I guess Drax's thing is, yeah, if you go for the idea that, well, eating anything like that is classed as non-vegan, then potentially, but at the end of the day, if you're replicating a steak, it is atomically a steak. It is animal.
Mm-hmm.
It just didn't come from an animal. So, no, they're not effectively vegan unless you use a very specific definition of vegan, personally.
It's a fun one. Right. Steve, has the capability to reload VLS at systems at sea. Oh, so that's for the earlier question we sort of answered and got into. So that's the second half of that. Okay. Daniel Phillips, did we ever get the marking video on the essay competition a few years ago? It's coming. It's not been done yet because I want to have it done properly, and of moving house I've not been able to do it properly. But now I've got all the printers and everything set up, but I'm just about to move out this office now. I got everything set up and now I have to move out this office and move upstairs. So, well, it'll be happening. It'll be happening. Now I have a printer and I can have printed off copies and instead of just online digitally marked ones. It's all been fun. Moving house has mucked up a lot of things. That's why I haven't run another essay competition until I've finished that. I've done that. The legacy. After the US-Iran war of 2026, it was said the US expended half their Patriot stockpile. That begs the question, are the US carrier groups far more vulnerable to air attack than fought? Yes and no. Carrier groups can change their position, withdraw from combat, if their stockpile's running low. Also, you can resupply the carrier with more missiles for its fighter groups, and so they will tend to deal with their threats out further. But it's also cost of doing business. One of the things why the Patriot stockpile went down so quickly was because they were defending such a large area. The stockpile had already been run down because of supplying Ukraine, and also because, honestly, the Standard Missile program has been bad at doing enough procurement over the last 2 or 3 decades. The only thing worse than that has been the Patriot procurement. And I'll now pass on to the rest of the...
You've also got to take into account that when you're talking about Patriot, because it's defending land-based sites, getting short-range and medium-range ballistic missile accuracy to the point that you have to expend a missile because otherwise that ballistic missile is going to hit you, there's a lot more that you need to intercept because it's a, relatively speaking, simple calculation to get the missile to go from point A to point B. Not that they always get it right, even so. Whereas if you are at sea, even a supercarrier is a much, much smaller target than an airbase, and you're moving, which means you now need active seeker heads of some description on the missile to give a course correction. And that means that the number of missiles, even if you launch the same number of missiles, so let's say you launch 100 missiles at each target, the number that are actually going to be anywhere near a ship that's moving at speed is much lower. So you don't need to expend as many missiles because you just don't have as many viable incomings. So that's one thing. Obviously, Patriot and Standard are 2 different missile systems as well. So you're going to be looking at differences in maneuverability, differences in seeker head, and differences in stockpile size.
I did find it interesting that a few years ago the US announced that they think they can fire a Patriot missile now from a Mark 141 VLS, so they can link it into the Aegis system.
Yeah, you can do, but it's still going to have a different maneuverability, range, and warhead characteristics and seeker characteristics. Just because it can talk to the sensor systems, doesn't make much odds either way.
They're doing it because the US Navy was worried about stockpile depth, and that was even though that the stockpile for Standard missiles was still greater than the stockpile for Patriot missiles. And now, of course, the Patriots have been used up, and I do sort of sit there and go, well, yeah, that happened.
Mm. Plus, I mean, there's also the other factor of, especially with modern weapon systems, in that at the conclusion of any conflict, any sane nation is going to be doing a lessons learned.
Yeah.
So whatever the hit percentage of Patriot was this time around, it's not going to be and obviously lessons applied across the standard. It's not going to be the same the next time they're facing a mass strike of ballistic warheads, because they will have made changes.
Mhm.
And yes, it could. The current interception figures could be over exaggerated or under exaggerated, depending on who's in charge of the propaganda. You think of how, Patriot's effectiveness in Gulf War One was massively over exaggerated for morale purposes, but then even so, behind the scenes, they went away and reworked it to actually make it more effective. And then, of course, the enemy is also going to be taking lessons and reworking their offensive systems to try and take account of the lessons of the war. So it's all going to change. So you could have a situation where the next round, whoever they're fighting against, the naval forces might be very, very vulnerable because the offensive ballistic missiles have gotten a lot better and defensive missiles haven't caught up, or they could be much less vulnerable because somebody's cracked something about the coding in defensive missiles that means they're far more effective.
Mm.
It's kind of like looking at the Falklands conflict and registering, this is how effective modern jet aircraft are in a contested littoral environment against a modern, Western Navy. But then you look at the massive amount of recoding that was done on Sea Dart and Sea Wolf and the introduction of Phalanx across NATO. And 2 years later, would the situation have been anywhere close to the same? Not at all.
No. It would have been very, very different. And that's also the addition you have to sort of think about in this circumstance, in terms of the fact is you've also got the US Navy and all these other things added as a time of transition. A lot of nations are transitioning in new technology. A lot of nations are looking... And one of the problems is you're dealing currently with the current generation of warships, I would argue, are all the ones built in the period where it was still the... And this is mine and your favourite doctrine, the end of history doctrine, where wars were no longer going to happen because they were just going to be wars of choice. Because powers were so unbelievably powerful that no one would ever go to war with them. So it'd only be when they deigned to go to war, they'd actually have to fight a war.
Plus, we also don't know, at the moment, outside of very, very few people who, for obvious reasons, can't say in public, we don't actually know what the true effectiveness of each of these weapon systems has actually been.
Yeah.
Yes, a lot of Patriots have been shot off, but were those Patriots shot off because they were failing to conduct the intercepts and they were having to throw half a dozen of them at each ballistic missile to stop it? Or have they expended that many Patriots because there wasn't an in-theater equivalent of a short-range air defense system with guns or short-range missiles that could deal with Shaheds, and so were Patriots being used to knock down Shaheds because that was the only air defense they had, or everything in between? And it's the details of those engagements that are going to then determine what exactly are the lessons to be learned from the expenditure of that many missiles. Because it could be, actually, the Patriot's not very good, we need to replace it or massively upgrade it. Or the flip side, it could be the Patriot's really, really effective, but also we need something to knock down the flying motorcycles so it can concentrate purely on the big ballistic threats.
Well, that seems to be the lesson, because most of the people seem to be complaining about the $4 million Patriot being used to intercept the $20,000 Iranian Shahed drones, and they really didn't have any option other than the Patriots. But there's also the point that some people are making, is that it's not the cost of the drone versus the cost of the missile, it's the cost of the damage the drone might do versus the cost of the missile. And that's the trouble, is there's a false equivalency which keeps creaking into the debate of, it's a $4 million Patriot missile, it's a $20,000 drone. How much damage will that drone do if it hits an oil refinery? If you're going to be measuring that damage in hundreds of millions, then in the nicest way, the $4 million Patriot missile is a rounding error.
I'm betting someone somewhere, maybe not in the US, that somebody somewhere, maybe in the Middle East, is probably phoning up every random African warlord and third world country that's bought from the Soviet Union over the past 50 years and begging them to sell them any and all surplus shilka that might still be around.
Oh yeah, that'd be useful.
Because something like that with a slightly more modern radar and fire control system slapped onto it would be a nice, cheap and easy method of dealing with the flying motorcycles.
Isn't it the Finns, or is it the Finns who worked with the Ukrainians to develop the thing which is basically 4 Maxim machine guns and a radar? And it's proving disturbingly effective against the small drones?
As always, our Lord and Saviour, the CV-90, has several gun-based air defence options.
Yes. For why the British went for the Ajax rather than that, I will never understand. There is no legitimate reason in my mind. None at all. But saying that, the other option you sit there and go is, they could just call up Otto Malera and go, could we have some of your 76mm and just sit them in oil refineries and places like that? A single 76mm with some shrapnel shells. Yeah, you're not getting past me.
Or heck, at that point, just phone up Bofors and go, yeah, Bofors, the 40mm. What is old is new.
Yes, I want your 40mm mounts. Lots of them.
All the 40mm you have. Wait. I think you may have misunderstood this. I didn't ask for a lot of 40mm. I asked for all of your 40mm.
What'd be even funnier is if someone like the US Navy said on like World War II vintage letterhead.
Yeah.
All I'm hearing from this is that getting rid of the Gepard and programs like the Chief and Marksman in retrospect was a mistake.
Yes.
Well, the thing is that they sent to Ukraine have been fantastic.
And this is the point: is me and Drac were saying this when they were getting rid of them. There is a certain point that me and Drac stop saying these things because we're fed up with repeating ourselves.
I mean, the other thing is that the other hilarious thing, of course, at the moment is that the current British Army modernisation programme, the Challenger 3, means mothballing the majority of the Challenger 2 fleet and only upgrading, was it like 160 or so?
There's not that many Challenger 2s, but yes.
Yeah, but there's all these mothballed Challenger, well, soon to be mothballed Challenger tanks, at which point, well, if you're only upgrading a certain number of them, just literally revive the Marksman project, slap a few modernized electronics in it, and you've already got a bunch of holes you could just swap the turrets out on.
Yeah. The trouble is that'd be called smart.
Yeah, and can you imagine the morale benefit for any ground troops in any near future conflict if they can call up something armed with twin rapid fire 40mm as infantry support as well?
Yeah, but imagine being the infantry or the mechanized infantry that comes around the corner to see a 35mm SPAA that's looking at you.
And if it's a British Army one, someone's probably slapped googly eyes on it as well.
Yes. And it's just like, my entire mechanized column is gone.
I'm now just imagining the person arriving in their version of the afterlife and just starting to curse a blue streak because they got turned into a fine red mist by something with googly eyes.
Yeah. And next question is actually something that me and Drac have discussed before. On an airplane. Because we've had many random conversations on airplanes. This is from Channel. In Lord of the Rings, without hindsight or third-person omniscience info, how would you have conducted the War of the Ring as Sauron? As Sauron. Well, I think I'd probably have some guards on my Mountain of Doom. And they wouldn't be the type of guards which got distracted. That'd be the first thing. Drac, how about you?
I mean, although it's not entirely clear in the movies, because obviously the movies have to have a limited runtime, they've got to follow the Fellowship and associated side characters fairly closely. In the actual full novels, it's made very clear that when Sauron goes on the offensive, he pretty much empties out Mordor, and he goes on the offensive against everybody, everywhere, all at once. So he attacks Lake Town, he attacks Lothlorien, he attacks basically everyone and everything. So obviously the Battle of the Pelennor Field is what saves Gondor, but there are multiple other battles with just as many, if not more, people, and obviously he failed pretty much everywhere. I mean, whenever someone's like, "Oh, how would you fight as Sauron?" It's like I would go back and maybe not put the massive amount of my vital essence into a piece of jewelry, but never mind. If we absolutely have to do something as silly as that, I would just identify what is my single greatest threat, as well as obviously, put some guards on the one thing that can undo my the one thing that can actually kill me. So, apart from putting some guards around Mount Doom, I would just go, okay, what's the biggest and most immediate threat to my future plans? Let's say, for sake of argument, we decided it's Gondor because we're scared about Denethor using a Palantir or something like that, and Aragorn shown up with Narsil. So at that, or Anduril at that point, because it's Narsil reforged. So at that point, I just go, okay, here's my big Doom army. Instead of splitting it into 5 separate armies and trying to invade everything in one day, I'm just going to attack Gondor with 2 million orcs.
Yeah.
Because it doesn't know what Deus Ex Machina they pull out of it, unless the Valar themselves come back and it's the final war against Morgoth all over again. There's nothing they can do to stop me. I will literally overwhelm Minas Tirith with the bodies of my soldiers, and once I've done that, then I take however much of that army has survived, and then I attack Lothlorien, and then I attack Lake Town. You just basically form one gigantic wrecking ball and go after your targets one by one, because what are they going to do about it? No one's going to be dumb enough to march into Mordor, and if they do, that's what the Black Gates are for.
And they hold. It's just, that there are some things in that book from a strategic point of view which you sit there and go, why? Why are you doing this to yourself? Also, if you are creating a minor version of yourself, i.e. the White Tower and all that stuff, then surely you did a nice thing of sending him a nice lieutenant of yours to help train his army. Someone to assist him in training his own orcs, so you can take over those Uruk-hai and use them yourself. Not so that the Uruk-hai will stay loyal to the other. Yeah. Sebastian Crutchfield, is there any chance the Navy gets what it needs from the dip? No. At the moment, it's 13.5 billion over 4 years. It's nowhere near what was needed or what was promised. But there again, the dip is dead, because we're going to have a new Prime Minister probably very shortly. The Labour Party will tell us eventually at some point whether they're going to have an internal election or a coronation. We'll know. And
my prediction for 10 at this point is that prime ministers over the next few years in the UK are going to become a bit like kaiju from Pacific Rim. We're going to get a new one in we've had one for 2 years, then we'll get a new one, then we'll have another one, a new one in a year, then another one in 6 months, and by 2032 we'll be having a new prime minister every few minutes.
Someone should really tell them trying to emulate the government of interwar France is not the right idea.
Wait a minute, are you telling me that France is now edging to have a more stable government than the UK?
No. Not if we're not going off that point, but it's more just because with how much stuff has been going on. people have rightfully joked about, yes, French interwar in the modern day.
The British government the trouble is we have a whole generation of politicians who really don't want to make hard decisions. And a classic example I use is David Cameron, who had a referendum and then didn't stay around to deal with the results of it in terms of Brexit. And
basically, this is out the plan. He said, "You didn't decide how I wanted you to. I'm taking my ball and going home."
Yes, and this is the trouble we have. And one of the troubles you've got now currently is we've got a government within a government. And I did see a really fun one, which was the Treasury, which was basically, yes, we can fund defence, but then hospitals will have to close, and people won't get their hospitals and schools will have to close. And you sit there and go, okay,
that all we spend the money on, apparently.
Okay, is it considering the sheer budgets we're spending on those things? If we're really running at that level, then what the frig? How badly are you managing those departments? And also, you were at the same point as you announced that you could only couldn't afford the 18 or even definitely not the 20-something billion that you wanted for defence over the next 4 years. You announced 20-something billion for net zero over the next 2 years.
And $4.5 billion for cycle lanes.
Yes, and you sit there and go...
I've never been... And speaking as a transport engineer, I've been very, very annoyed by that because I know how much work you actually need to do to design and build a cycle lane. If you gave me, back when I was a transport engineer, £4.5 billion, I mean, yeah, I would make myself public enemy number one, but if my sole objective was to spend that money as efficiently as possible, I could put a cycle lane on every single street in Britain for less than that. Now...
You couldn't grease the hands of
all that money is going to go because people are going to be doing all sorts of impact assessments and expensive third-party consultations and changing the design 16 times in a minute because that's what they actually were doing at half the places I worked at because they can't make their mind up. But that's because the whole process is stupid and inefficient and most of the time is not actually staffed by people who understand the road network.
I will still never get over the cost of how much it cost the council. When I was a borough councillor, getting bins put in, I got some street litter bins put in, and I'm not allowed to because it was there was a confidentiality rule, and I had to sign agreements on which I can never mention how much they cost per individual bin. But I was honestly scared by how much money it cost per bin.
And most of it's all these third-party costs. I mean, when I was working for Transport for London, we got the...
Oh, yeah. The actual bin was a very small... the actual bin and installation was less than 5% of the cost per bin.
Yeah, and when I was working for Transport for London, we got what was supposed to be the final version of the Kingston-upon-Thames award-winning Dutch-style cycle infrastructure that they were planning to put in. And since I'd gone to university there, and... obviously, you work there.
Yeah.
I was looking at the plans with some interest because they'd sent them over to TfL because part of it affected the TfL route.
It was terrible.
And I looked at it and went, hang on a minute, you've taken a section of footway which is about 1.7 meters wide, and you've put in a mandatory 1.5 meter cycle lane. So you're expecting everybody else who's using this fairly busy section of footway, including people with prams and in wheelchairs, to fit down the remaining 20 centimetres of footway. Also, that bit of footway has a tree in it.
Yep.
So you're deliberately engineering conflict between vulnerable road users, which is the terminology for people in wheelchairs and the elderly, etc., even though they're not technically on the road, is the public highway. But anyway, so you're deliberately engineering conflict between the most vulnerable, pedestrian elements of society and cyclists because you can't read a map.
Yep.
And that was just the beginning of what was supposedly an award-winning design scheme. It had so many problems with it. We ended up sending it back after we'd gone through the first, I think, 3 miles of the drawings, and then just gone, you know what, this is so fundamentally wrong. We're not even going to bother looking at the rest of it. Revisit the entire thing. which then took them 8 months because apparently they couldn't find anybody who could actually design something that was worth the salary. It got to the point where I actually offered to redesign it myself for them, and I reckon I could have done the whole thing in 2 weeks. But that was apparently related as a conflict of interest because we were the approving authority.
It would have just been easier and better. Good God.
But yeah, so the current whatever they choose to call it, whether it's a strategic review, a defense investment thing, or whatever. No, they're well. I mean, it comes down to the point I've made a few times, even on my own channel, in that I don't actually particularly care what the politicians want the military to do. You know, whether they want the military to be this overseas enforcement force, whether they want the UK to stand at the head of NATO as an example to all, or whether they want to essentially retreat into being a slightly larger version of Ireland, self-defense force only. At this point, I genuinely don't actually care. What I care about is, are you actually providing the requisite amount of funding for what you are asking the people to do?
Because they're trying to fund like it's the last option, but expecting it to be the first two options combined.
Yeah. If you want to be taken seriously on an international stage and you want NATO to look at you as anything other than a basket case, you have to give them more money. If you don't want to give them more money, then accept that we're basically going to be a glorified home guard.
Yes. They're just absurd. They really are.
Mm.
And then we have, for Foxo and Dragon, what do you think of Aramanches and the battlecruiser concept and the Lahadi class destroyer Intrepid being added to Azure Lane for the June event?
I'll be honest.
He's allowed 6.
This is his third.
I think it is. He's allowed 6. Look. I have a rule. I don't care why people get in history. They can any reason they get in history is fine. But with Azure Lane, I do put limits on the individual number of questions you can have per person.
And he wrote and behold the number of the Azure Lane questions, and they were 6, 3 score, and 6.
Honestly,
What's the question?
wait, no, we'll let them finish first, then we'll answer it for them.
Okay.
You may have noticed that in the chats that sometimes when people go to enter an additional question, it talks back to them and tells them that, hey, slow down. You've got a however many second remaining in your cooldown. That totally was not implemented because Knight just flooded the queue. Definitely wasn't.
This also, Powder Monkey definitely wasn't invented because Runon needed a better way to collate Knight's questions.
No, Drac actually is semi-directly responsible for inventing Powder Monkey.
And that hasn't yet started using it, but probably at some point might actually ask for a version.
To go to the question, though.
Yeah?
Honestly, they've actually kind of done decently.
Mm-hmm.
I honestly didn't expect them to use Aramanches, because she's a post-war Colossus, so...
Yeah.
Hey, it's definitely a option for giving, Iris a carrier. And Shorborg, I was expecting to see from World of Warships, not from a normal event, but hey, she was a historical design, but... And, to be honest, La Intrepidie, there she's the weakest of the lot, eh? She's just another Lahadi.
Yeah. And, Stannis, to answer that question, no, they consider it a commercially secret thing, commercially sensitive topic in terms of the cost of bins. It's commercial because you can't reveal the pricings which you're being charged because it's a commercial agreement and there are NDAs signed and all sorts of fun things. And you sit there and go, honestly, here's the scary thing. I'm not sure if Drax signed it, but I have signed the Official Secrets Act because of the base I've been on, especially with my dad and stuff. And I've done that in that regard.
Time. I've kept a copy of every because you know that they do. I don't know
every time.
A lot, but
You have to sign it every time you go on there. Yeah, they always act like it's your first time.
The last time I had to sign it, they were still doing it using carbon copy paper.
Yeah.
You had the red copy that they retained, and then you had a blue copy which you retained as a reminder, and a green copy that went to places I could never quite figure out.
Yeah. But
I've got all the slips from all the different times I've had to sign it.
But honestly, I've had less paperwork filling out that than I had filling out the NDAs when I was a counsellor.
Oh yeah,
I mean,
the Official Secrets Act is a little
British
A6 size slip of paper that's basically just like the undersigned acknowledges that anything they're about to see is restricted under the Official Secrets Act, and there may be penalties if they reveal it to anyone. Sign here. That's literally it. You could be done in 30 seconds. Council level NDAs are slightly worrying looking letters from solicitors, followed by at least half a dozen attachments, 3 of which you're supposed to read, each of which will be over 100 pages. Then documents you're supposed to sign in multiple places, which have got even more stuff in it, which is probably not really related to the stuff they sent you elsewhere. And then there's usually a completely separate document, which is the full list of potential penalties and actions they may take against you if you break the NDA.
And if you're a borough councillor, the meeting is 3 lawyers from the one from the legal department of the council, one from the legal department of the company you're going to be doing business with, you're potentially doing company business with, and one from the legal department of technically the council overseeing authority, which oversees council contracts to make sure that they are not being awarded fraudulently. And a 6-hour meeting with the councillors going through those forms and all those things, having it explained to them by the lawyers over and over again of you will have penalties, sign here, sign here, sign here. And yes, by the way, everyone, the only people who aren't being paid for that time are the councillors, because councillors in the UK, most of the local councillors are paid a nominal monthly fee. They're not paid an hourly wage or even a sort of a real wage for their hours they do. They're just paid a nominal sort of amount. But all the staff,
people wonder where the council tax is going.
All the council staff there and all the lawyers, they're all charging. So you're paying for 3 lawyers.
Yeah, that's where your council tax goes, people.
Cool, dude.
I still find it spectacularly hilarious that when Croydon Council went bankrupt and there were all the shenanigans with the CEO, soon to be ex-CEO, etc. They forced everybody at director level, exec director level, department manager level, etc. They forced them all to sign ridiculous NDAs that forbade them from speaking about what was going on.
Yeah.
And then there's me sitting there quite happily as a principal engineer on a par with a good number of these people, authority-wise and information-wise. But because at that point I wasn't directly managing anyone, they missed me and they didn't make me sign an NDA. So I was just like, great, I can tell anyone I like about how terrible that situation was. And there's nothing they can do to me because I never signed anything that said I couldn't.
And Duda, I'm very glad you found this channel because of searching Nelson-class battleships. And if you're recognising the voice, if you've also the background tonight, we're doing Bruships, and Drax joined us as well. Because we're both part of the Shipshape crew, which does.
I guess Drax took my reminder as a challenge.
Yeah.
We'll go back to the question because Fox never had a chance to actually give her answer.
No.
Okay.
Don't worry.
Fox, so do it.
We kind of got distracted by me and Drax complaining about council time, so don't worry.
I started cooking, so don't bother.
Ooh.
Okay.
Okay. Volunteer per Order Sullivan. What design feature on the counter-class destroyer that was deleted in design stage would have been beneficial to retain? The one which I think from the design change that they really would have been quite useful was they were supposed to have a double helicopter hangar at one stage. It'd be longer, but also have because they were longer, they could actually have a 2 abreast normal hangar. And then they went to the small design, and then they cram in that sideways hangar where you can only literally get 1 helicopter. And I think, because that would also include a larger magazine for the Sea Slug missiles, I think that would have been beneficial. But, Drac, what do you think? Anything from the Canty class?
For the destroyers?
Yeah, the destroyers, yes.
Because
remember, my channel goes into post-gun era, so my channel goes slightly more millennials. Yeah. The thing is, the problem is I'm nowhere near as familiar with
with the county class destroyers as compared to the county class cruisers.
Okay.
Unfortunately, although correct me if I'm wrong, but they had a twin 4.5.
They had two twin 4.5s forward, and then eventually they replaced, on the second batch, they replaced the second 4.5 with Exocet.
Right. Okay.
But basically, they had a daring front, and then they had a modern missile aft.
Oh, okay. I mean, I would probably put Seawolf instead of the Exocet, but that would be much later down the line. Yeah, so, well, I don't know if this, again, I'm sort of going in the dark. I know roughly what they looked like, so if it was an option, I would have potentially said, okay, we'll have a single twin 4.5 forward, suppress the super firing mount, move the superstructure forward completely to kind of absorb the area where that super firing mount would have been, and that would free up a lot more space aft for missile systems and or flight systems.
Yeah. Kind of like the bigger version, but yeah, another way to do that. It would be interesting, but the reason actually that, and this is the fun thing, the reason they fitted the twin 4.5s they had on the Darings at forward was because they were worried the Sea Slug wouldn't work, and so they knew the 4.5 worked in an air defense role. So they thought if they had that, then at least they would have something which worked. Despite the fact that its development started in... And there's someone who's given me a nice comment going, it started in 1943, and I'm going, well, there are programs which it ties into which actually start earlier than 1943. And that's why I was saying the development of the Sea Slug starts in the 1930s. Because those programs which it eventually replaces and takes over the information from and the team from actually start off in the late 1930s. And that's the interesting thing about the Sea Slug missile system. It starts off with all sorts of weird programs.
I still maintain the Sea Slug system was basically someone taking the last vestiges of the British space program and sticking an explosive warhead on it.
There's a disturbingly large number of people who were involved in both. Daniel Phillips, the panel, would you design a fleet for the Colonials in the Battlestar Galactica after the First Cylon War? And what would be the doctrine, and how do you think it will fare in the second? They would not, for starters, my fleet would not all have the same computer system. That would be my first thing. I'm not gonna, in a nice way, that's not even future knowledge, that's just standard good practice. You do not want your fleet to... This is one of the things why the Americans keep trying to get something other than Aegis working on the below destroyer level, so that they have as other systems in case someone manages to somehow hack Aegis. It might not be as good as Aegis, but you have the other systems. And probably still would go with the Battlestar doctrine, because it worked for them fairly well. But I would probably want to have my Battlestars actually slightly more logistically independent. And probably design them to actually be slightly bigger and take more supplies with them. How about you, Drac? What would you do? If you were redesigning the Battlestar Galactica, sort of fleet after the First Cylon War.
Well, my knowledge of the new Battlestar Galactica colonial fleet is, to be honest, mostly informed by the game that remember Jamie got to play for a bit.
Yeah.
My temptation, personally, would be. See, but the problem is everything that's going through my head is going, this is how to design the fleet just in case the Cylons return. But the whole point was they didn't expect them to return.
Yeah.
Yeah, because, I mean, part of me would go that, some of the smaller ships of the fleet, I would pretty much abandon any form of carrier capacity other than maybe a single docking port for a Raptor for personnel transfers, and just go with something that's a flying slab of armor with guns and missiles on it. Because then the idea of those would be, if magically the Cylons return, then you can have all the attack craft you want, but unless those attack craft are flinging nukes, this little thing is so tough. It's not going to matter how many Cylon fighters and so forth strafe it. It's just going to ignore them as it barrels in towards a base star and then just eviscerates it with close range gunfire.
Mm-hmm.
That would be my instinct, and then the battle star concept, the big ships being combined battleship carriers. That's I mean, for the setting, it's a reasonable enough doctrine, but I'd also be semi-tempted to put to maybe have some variants on that, which would be, if you imagine like a battle star, but without anything other than self-defense systems. So no offensive missiles, no longer range offensive guns, purely self-defense guns, and thus massively expanded fighter bays.
Yeah.
And you wouldn't need many of them. And I understand why in the Battlestar Galactica universe they would not be particularly useful as individual combatants. But what I would use them for is, because you've got the jump drives allowing you to pop in and out of places, I would, for sake of example, if the fleet is already there and you've got your other ships present, you have them hang around for exactly as long as it takes for the battle stars themselves to launch their Viper squadrons and everything, because those units are going to take losses and they're going to need reinforcement, and that's when your carrier battle stars just swarm out massive numbers of attack craft. They go out to support the main attack craft wave, and then the carriers jump out, and then your attack craft will take losses, but the idea would be that you would calibrate the number of attack craft that you send in such a way that after losses, the combined number of Vipers that you get back is about what you need to fully stock the battle stars again.
Yeah.
And then as and when the engagement is over and the fleet can jump out, if there's any surplus craft or whatever, they can go back to the carrier stars, if you like. So essentially you're kind of using them more as a slightly more proactive version of HMS Unicorn.
Yeah, it works. It's a sensible system. Now, here's the fun thing, because something actually did occur to me when Ploppy put this question in. And I met Ploppy, who was a very nice person, who brought Iron and Brew flavoured fudge with him to Leeds. So, I'm not sure if you got any Iron Brew flavoured fudge, but I got Iron Brew flavoured fudge, and that was very, very nice.
It's very confusing for me every time you say this, because I'm thinking, what's my dog got to do with this? Iron
Brew flavoured fudge.
No, Ploppy.
Well, yes. I have someone on my channel who's called Ploppy708. They put a question of, in the Hannah Harrington books, they use towed missile pods to thicken up their first salvo. Apart from towed flight decks, has any Navy considered towed force multipliers? Well, the Russians actually towed their torpedo boats with them to the Battle of Tsushima. And there have been lots of towed barges which have been used as force multipliers for amphibious assaults and those sort of things. But I'm trying to think of anything else. Can you think of anything?
The Germans were planning to have 2/3 of Operation Sea Lion's amphibious assault craft be towed.
Yes.
Because they couldn't find enough engines for them.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness, that still tickles me when people are like, oh yes, Operation Sea Lion would have taken over Britain. It's like, half the invasion convoy would have been 3-knot barges towing other barges, at which point the most effective weapon against the German invasion force would be a pair of wire cutters.
Yeah. Or a rather large bow wave.
You just put a pair of tin snips on the periscope of a submarine, and you could just clip the lines and watch 2/3 of the German invasion force get swept into the North Sea. Oh,
Oh God.
what else though? Well, I mean, there were those attempts to do kind of torpedo boat motherships, which would actually carry them into near a battle and then deploy them a bit like an aircraft carrier deploys aircraft, except with davits and cranes. As you said, they did tow torpedo boats around a fair bit. What else? Towed. Oh, there was I mean, it's not combat use, but there was the Japanese attempt to resupply Guadalcanal at one point with destroyers that had watertight supply casings, both on deck, but also other larger ones, which they towed and then ran at high speed towards the shore, and then they released them and hoped that they'd coast in on the momentum.
Yeah, that wasn't particularly successful.
There was the German idea of sticking a V2 in a floaty pod that would be towed behind a U-boat that would then sink itself upright and fire itself at New York. That was wonderfully entertaining as a system.
Every time I remember that system, I start to have mental problems because I just go, why would anyone consider that a sensible concept? What drugs do you have to be imbibing to think of that as a good and useful idea? What happened to you? Well. Now, there is a question which is going to be personally painful for both you and me. What were the 5 wins of BT? Or British Telecom? I can't think of any wins of British Telecom. 5 victories for BT.
He managed to get a better budget for the early interwar Royal Navy than the Treasury wanted.
Yeah, that is true. He managed to get county-class cruisers built.
Yeah, and I mean, if you dial back before the First World War, as I think I've pointed out a few times, BT, if he's a captain or a commodore, where he's in charge of a bunch of ships that you want to throw into the action, and you want them to work very aggressively, but someone else is giving the strategic orders, he's actually not a bad officer for that. No. So his Nile gunboat campaign and his involvement with the Boxer Rebellion and stuff, those he legitimately does pretty well in those roles.
And he'd have been quite, as a point I sometimes make about him, is he'd have been quite good if he'd been deployed to Mediterranean as Commander-in-Chief in the Mediterranean Fleet, because he could actually have, this is going to sound strange, his natural diplomatic skills and his natural tendency towards how he talked with people and how he was good at the socializing, negotiating, and those sort of ways would have actually been useful in Mediterranean Fleet Command, because it was less about fleet command than it was about coordination of allies.
Oh yeah, he would have been much better than Milne.
Yeah.
In the early days, because apart from anything, when the French turn around and say, "Yeah, we don't need your battle crew hovering around near our troop transports, go and chase Gerben," Beatty would just be like, "Yep, off we go."
Bye
bye. Yeah, I mean, BT, I think, is one of a long line of people who would be perfect subordinate officers in low-level command positions, but should in no way, shape, or form ever be allowed significant flag rank.
Basically, he was good as okay as First Sea Lord. I don't agree with him because he basically based his assessment on the fleet air arm over his political strength, and he thought, because I'm so politically strong, the Air Ministry will never be able to deny the Royal Navy aircraft, so therefore we can afford to have the fleet air arm controlled by the Royal Air Force. And whilst it's right, it was a significant portion of the Royal Air Force at that time, and separating it off in those initial years could have been interesting. There is the fact that longer term it caused the Royal Navy an absolute nightmare when it comes to rearmament and growing the force and structuring it themselves. And there is a good argument that actually if the Navy had been if the Navy had been allowed to control their own fleet air arm procurement, then odds are the pace of engine development and improvement, because the Royal Navy did have to focus in on single-engine aircraft, would have been a lot better because they'd have funded it directly, whereas the Air Ministry, which gets captured in the early 30s by the faction from Bomber Command, which basically neglects everything else as part of the RAF and the Fleet Air Arm in favour of their multi-engine bombers, means that it's not investing as much as it could, and Britain actually loses some of its engine superiority and its engine lead to other nations because of that.
I can do one more question and then I have to head off.
That's fine. One more question and then you have to go. Don't worry, I'll make sure there's no Azza Lane question in your next question. Timu, if the panel could bring a spaceship from their favourite science fiction series, what would it be and what would you do with it? It would be Andromeda from the Andromeda series. And basically, I'd use it to probably start colonizing the rest of the solar system.
Oh, so if it has to be my favourite sci-fi franchise, that's a very, very close fight between Babylon 5 and Stargate.
Yeah, I know. Mine's between Stargate and Stargate and Andromeda, and I went with Andromeda because I thought the Andromeda Ascendant is a little bit more useful to me as a single person to fly it than the Stargate battlecruisers.
So my temptation would be either a puddle jumper for personal utility.
Yeah.
But purely for trolling purposes, I think I'd actually want a Gould Hatak mothership. Apart from anything else, if I ever needed a bit more cash, I could just take down one of the lovely gold wall mountings and just sell it. But also, my answer for why I want a Hatak is based almost entirely on a single episode where the Gould Svarog attacks, and it turns out that apparently Gould motherships have some kind of massive, like country or continent scale atmospheric PA system, because he's making full on and like announcements from the heavens while in orbit, while he's doing an orbital bombardment. At which point, I absolutely would abuse the heck out of that. I would, just teleport, ring transport up to the Hatak every morning and just like, which country do I want to troll with, and random announcements from the heavens, optionally backed up by random orbital bombardment, but mostly just trolling.
Drac, why must you be such a menace?
It would be so much fun. I mean, can you imagine all the important state events you could interrupt?
You see, there's you doing that, and there's me just wanting to wind up the entire American and Russian and Chinese space industries by putting British flags on all the moons in the solar system and all the planets, and just go around and giant British flags so they can see them through telescopes and go, the Brits have got there first!
You could do that. You could do that with a Hatak, but also
Yes.
I've just realised that you can do the PA thing, but you could also play music.
Yes.
So for every important state event, when someone's trying to play their national anthem, you could just broadcast some other nation's national anthem.
Yeah. You could have.
I can't. I can't have that ability, because if I do, I'm going to be quickly labeled as some level of like active, manhunted, FBI's most wanted terrorist.
I just want to put all the British flags out and literally put them all out in a few hours, so that when everyone's looking up that night, they're suddenly going from celestial body to celestial body in sort of in the solar system, going, "There's British flags on there, and there's even a British flag somehow on Jupiter." I'm not sure how I'd do it, but I'd figure it out. Maybe in the giant red spot there'd be a giant British Union Jack in it permanently, just going along in it, just so that people knew it had been reached first, and that finally the Wikipedia list that has been asking us to expand it for many years can finally be assisted.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, it's been a pleasure. Thank you very much for having me, Dr. Clarke. And I shall see you anon.
Take care. No, the reason Lionside go for the British flag rather than the Cornish flag is then the British government would have to explain what had happened.
I'm torn between, if it comes with the Parasite craft, I'm torn between Atlantis and one of the larger UNSC ships, like Infinity, or some of their large cruisers.
Atlantis again could be flown by a single person.
Yep.
And that's the thing, is that I went with Andromeda because I liked the idea of having a ship to go around with, and also because then at least I did have one crew member. I had Romy to chat to, so I wouldn't be completely on my own. I'd have at least someone to chat with. Whereas with Atlantis, it would be a case of, do I want to let anyone on here? I might actually have to, it's large enough that it comes down to a thing of, do I let people on here?
Does this mean that they're technically single-seat fighters?
Yes.
Just checking.
Calling Atlantis a single-seat fighter is a bit much, but yes, technically.
We have been now joined by Dr. Dan, who has come from what was probably his birthday lunch. So please, everyone, say BZ and happy birthday to Dan, because it has been his birthday week.
Happy to Dan. Happy birthday to Dan.
That's enough, because I don't want to have to pay royalties to the people who own Happy Birthday.
I think that copyright has been nulled. It's either expired or nulled at this point, so you would not be paying royalties.
Mm-hmm. Still not worth the copyright strike, just in case.
Yeah.
Trust me, if anyone wants to claim that particular rendition of the birthday song as their original copyrighted work, at that point I'd be tempted to let them have it. Purely for the you really want to claim that as your work?
Oh, seriously, it gets fun. The amount of the random. I have got random copyright strikes on me just speaking.
Yeah.
I don't know if that's an endorsement or an insult.
People claiming that me speaking is something they own the copyright to.
Well, I mean, I think my dad. I mean, this kind of thing does go the other way. So, my dad, I think, just recently got a check for, I think it was £18.09 for a film he did that was being filmed at the same time as the first Superman film. And he's still getting royalties for it when it's reshown.
Hey, goes, buys a sandwich.
Yeah, not much more. I mean, he had a small part, but he did get to watch them making Superman behind the scenes at times. Yeah. It's a truly forgettable film. Yeah. No, I'm just getting back. Just finished lunch.
Lunch.
That is a birthday lunch. It's just finished at 2200 hours at night.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah. Please tell me you don't have work tomorrow.
I have work tomorrow.
I have to leave at 3 tomorrow morning because my foreman wants me to show up at 5 instead of 6 like we usually show up at. I am not impressed with this decision.
I wouldn't be either, because I consider 3 o'clock in the morning to be part of a night shift.
Yes. I would Lions, to answer your question, now we've got a third member of the boring but competent party on here. There are 4 founding members.
Don't you
and
put that either one.
no, the 4 founding members are the 4 original ship shapers. We first came up with the boring but competent party joke in Canada in a bar late at night.
Steve, they didn't do anything to hurt them. They just. I'll have to ask them tomorrow why they have started their days at 5 a.m. instead of 6, and hopefully they give me a satisfactory answer.
Yeah. Basically, 3 colleagues were at this point. 3 colleagues at that point in the boring but competent party's formation were mildly pished. They were drinking. They had started off at the original place which served wings in Boston. I think it was Buffalo. The original place which served wings in Buffalo, and we got back to Canada. We dropped Glyn off, and we were carrying on in the bar, chatting away, and that's where the boring but competent party first got discussed about a political party, a fun name for a political party, and what it would do. And when can we expect the party to start? Not yet, but it is getting bad enough that we are considering it. YouTube, the legacy. Yeah. If you had the ability to do one of the following, what would you be? Replace Beatty before Jutland, promote Admiral King to Bureau of Ordnance before Mark 14, throw Lieutenant Ron J. Hubbard overboard in 1941.
Who is Hubbard?
He is the founder of Scientology.
Oh. Meh. I got bigger fish to fry.
Yeah, on the grounds that Scientology really doesn't bother me, as long as they don't bother. If they come to my house and want to talk to me, I'm happy to talk to them. But so far, I've apparently been put on a do not disturb list by the Jehovah's Witnesses. Because whilst I do supply tea and biscuits, I also bring out my own copy of the Bible and have a long discussion with them. So that they don't come to my house anymore. Which I consider cruel. I thought we had nice, friendly conversations. I was polite the entire time. I might have caused them to have a mild crisis of faith, but we'll leave that to one side. I was being kind.
The trick is to challenge their translation of the original Aramaic.
Yes!
Into the Greek. It's the Latin, it's the English.
I have multiple copies of the Bible. I am fun. So, I'm British, so replacing Beatty before Jutland would make me happy, because that would solve a fair number of the problems at Jutland by replacing Beatty, because you'd also replace his staff, and that would mean that it would all be quietly good.
And that would then have the impact on the experience of quite a lot of people leading up to after that. Yes. So you're already influencing Admiral King's timeline.
Yes, promoting Admiral King to in charge of the Bureau of Ordnance seems like you're being cruel to King. Why on earth would you saddle that man with that bureaucracy? He was happily happily in charge of air power and aircraft. Why would you be that cruel to him and give him the Bureau of Ordnance?
Because it would be funny.
It might be funny, but it's an honest way which might get him to either be in jail for murder by the time World War II comes along.
But it would be funny.
Yeah.
I think that's a bit harsh. I mean, I think what we just need to do is to tell him that at a particular point that have you tested out the airdrop torpedoes to see if they work? And when he discovers they don't, we can just launch him on a self-guided missile.
Yeah.
It's a bit like I'm fairly sure ordering the Nell rods, you could actually probably power them just from the spinning of Jackie Fisher in his grave. Could power the turbine set on at least one of them.
Steve, so you're a 5th columnist for the Axis and get to sabotage any British Allied program from 1930 onwards. Like Heisenberg, are allegedly moving the decimal points on the amount of U-235 the Germans needed for a bomb. Which project do you choose?
So, got to mess up a German program or an Axis program.
No, you've got got to mess up a British Allied program to best support the Axis.
Can I choose to not support the Axis?
Well, it's the question of Steve. Which would be the program which would be most problematic if they mucked it up? Realistically, it's got to be radar or sonar. I would probably say, despite radar's prominence and dominance, there's so many different systems being developed, so many different teams. It's more difficult to actually be involved to muck up one program. So I would say, yeah, I'm going after sonar.
Yeah, I think sonar has, because that's really just a British Royal Navy project, whereas everyone is developing radar, aren't they?
Yes, and there are so many different most services have multiple programs on multiple settings of radar, so it's difficult. It's more than one program. Whereas with yeah,
I mean, another option, it's depending on your views, you could also nix the B-29 program. That wouldn't be too hard.
Yeah.
Just break the engines a bit more than they already were.
I'm worried about how often Steve is trying to make the Axis win.
Me too. I don't like the Axis. I try to avoid playing baddies in games and things.
No. I say this because it's not because Steve is doing this because of he's that way inclined. He keeps coming with different ways. He keeps trying to square the circle, so that to try and make it a more interesting and even battle, because now quite a few people who've been with this channel from the beginning I've gone through the industrial, the logistical, the strategic, and the structural advantages which the Allies enjoyed over the Axis, and it's kind of a case of, okay, how do we give them any chance long term of winning? They basically, if they can fight a short war, they can win. If the war will go on less than a year, they have a chance of winning. The longer the war gets, the more likely they are to lose, because they've banked everything on a quick, sharp thrust, i.e., blitzkrieg. They are not built for a long war.
Yeah. What's the phrase? A short, quick, clean war, or something along those lines. The Unicorn War.
Basically, if you volunteer per order, if you manage to make a sabotage sonar, aka Aztec, in the 1930s, as the British were calling Aztec, in 1930s, so it didn't assist the sub hunting in World War II, that would have an impact on operations and convoy protection, convoy security, because you'd lost your best method of detecting and prosecuting submarines underwater. That's the reality of it. But so that it doesn't necessarily make the Germans win. It does make the Germans far more successful when they're actually fighting. They're fighting against surface ships when they're submarines. It gives the submarines a greater edge.
Yeah. I was just trying to think if there's anything else that could be done. No, I think that's kind of the best thing for a single point of failure. The difficulty for the Axis, attempting a knockout blow, as it were, is that they'd have to get in fairly early, I think, because it was developing pretty well through the 1920s into the 1930s, so they'd have to target their assassinations quite early.
Yeah.
Wouldn't they?
And Stannis, To answer the question of, you had a Latin teacher who also knew Greek, who would bring out his Septuagint when the Jehovah's Witness guys would come around to his place. Yeah, my mum is considering getting a sign for our front gate, which says, "Who cares about the dogs? Beware the historian."
Yeah.
Stafford Thompson. So long as the SSBN Warspite doesn't chat with Skynet and hit the restart button on the world, what sci-fi genre would the Starship Warspite be in? I think that there isn't there a Warspite somewhere in Star Trek soloing half the Klingon Empire, even though they're allies at one point.
If not, there should be. I think. I think BattleTech's got one, but they have pretty much everything. I imagine 40K's got one. I think it's a damn shame they almost certainly don't have one in Stargate, because I think it would be right up Jack O'Neill's street.
Yes.
And
which ship are you coming from? Warspite.
Yeah, well, it would also be a good. It strikes me as being something where you could. Oh, I'm just trying to think what the phrasing of it is. They could have made it a nod to the fact they make it in Canada and called it HMCS Warspite as one of the. It was the X-303s that were the warships, wasn't it, or 304s?
Yeah, Daedalus, the 304s, yeah. BC 304s.
Yeah, yeah. So I reckon they should do that. I think that would be the optimal way of doing it. I'm just going to try and go from headphones to just normal iPhone because I'm home now. No idea if it's going to work or if it's going to get grumpy with me. Waiting for it to say power off.
Well, someone's suggesting turning the giant red spot of Jupiter into the giant RAF Randall. In nicest way, I'm more likely to make every single flag the Royal Navy's white ensign, so that everyone knows not only that it's been taken over by the British, but it's been taken over by the Royal Navy.
That just means they'll expect all their satellites to be stolen.
Mm-hmm.
Pick a 40K novel. Keep one character. The rest are played by the Muppets.
Mm-hmm. Okay, for Dragon and Foxo, why do you think all the Azur Lane writers for canon stories seem okay to use the actual name of the former colonial powers, while the Azur Lane writers for Japan and EN versions aren't? Dragon? Foxo?
They're not here. They DC'd some time ago.
Okay. We will put them on smiley faces for when they get back. Joel Fredericks. In the Mythic show, the IJN was using the Unru class as their main carrier. How realistic is the victorious Japan in World War II preferring the Unru over the G-15s as their first carriers with the jets? The Unrus certainly have options for improving and working on, which are far more, it makes them sort of more adaptable. G-15's the better long-term option, but again, if you've won the war, you might be slow building those, depending on time period, and Unrus will do the job until you're happy with it and know exactly what you want. Basically, as the British were sort of planning with their light fleet carriers until they felt the fleet carriers would be ready and coming into service. So basically, you keep going with the cheaper ones until you're happy.
Just to give a taste of an answer, because they are threatening to come back. Dragon has DM'd me to say, in reference to Knight's question, different translators in different departments.
Mm-hmm. Different translators in different departments. That does make sense.
How does that can't be right? Does the Slovenian... Wait a minute. Does the Slovenian Air Force still exist? Yeah, I guess it does.
Mm-hmm.
I'm confused. How do they not have any... Okay, that's a turboprop. Sorry, I'm doing the bad thing of Reddit right now.
That's disturbing. But also, I
Yes.
would...
Basically, somebody's being confidently incorrect on Reddit.
Yeah, I'd also tell you the more worrying thing is when we start talking about things like the Irish Air Force and what they're going to be doing next. Now, with that being said, next question. Dragon! You wake up aboard DSC-001 Avalon 1 week before Carl Roberts with all your current knowledge. What do you do? Okay. What do you do?
Well, Emmy Dragon's not here, but for me to answer this, lock myself in a hold somewhere so I don't shoot somebody or try to shoot somebody.
So,
And
I'm on
I
there.
have the character in my head, but I can't remember their name.
So basically, that is Glynn's Space Carrier Avalon book.
Yes.
And if I get there 1 week before Carl Roberts, I'm going to spend the time quietly assessing everything and learning everything so that when Carl Roberts arrives, I can hand them a list, of what the frigate's going on.
He does tend to figure that out fairly quickly.
Yes, but I would basically fast walk him to it, including who are the people aboard this ship you really should be paying very, very close attention to kicking out of an airlock.
Yes. Also, when you send this person here, or when you start making this message, you might want to forget where you put a get them over on this starbase, because that's going to be very, very relevant if you don't.
Yeah, I also possibly there's at least 2 characters in that book and on that ship who... Let's put it this way. Coming from the background I do, and with the family proportions I have, and considering what they're doing in the book, I would personally have no qualms about them making them take a long walk outside of a very short airlock.
Yes, you would also be at risk of inducing failure. Cool.
No, I wouldn't be at risk of doing it. I'd be probably actively doing it. Because I have very strong opinions about chain of command and how you treat those underneath you. And I have even stronger opinions about how you treat other people. And those strong opinions mean that people, when they break those rules, move from being fellow travellers aboard this world to being things which need to be sent to the next world to be judged.
But Doc, what about due process and the rule of law?
Due process will be my foot in their behind. Chandlord, would it be accurate to say the British destroyers of pre-World War I to post-World War II were captained by Duncan wannabes? Look, Duncan is very, very much of a similar mould, but no, it's not. It's not Duncan wannabes. They are. How do I put this politely? There is a large variety of the Cochrane strain in them. And a few, and the Sydney strain and Sydney Smith strain and those sort of things are going on. There is quite a lot of the very, very aggressive British frigate captain from the Age of Sail emerges in the destroyer force. A very large proportion of it. To an extent, it makes some people rightfully worried. Chris Schumann. Star Wars inspired. What would it take and rough cost escalation percentage to rebuild a civilian ship, each unique, into a ship capable of challenging contemporary warship of similar size? A lot. Because you're ripping out the computers, the ship's insides to put in all the computers. You've got to put in all the sensors. You've got to put in hard points to the weapon systems. You've got to rebuild the hull to support the hard points. And when you're talking about contemporary size of ships, most civilian ships are actually larger than most. Most civilian seagoing merchant vessels are larger than most warships.
Basically, look at the bill for the MC-80s. Because that is technically a civilian hull. Technically.
Yeah, it'll be a lot more than that, because they need more computers than they have.
Well, no, because in most of the gaming, at least, the MC-80s are capable of going toe-to-toe with at least some of the modern Star Destroyers.
Yeah. If we're talking Star Wars, yes. But I think they're talking about. I think they're talking about on Earth currently in the question.
Oh, yeah, no, that's just build a warship.
It's Star Wars inspired.
Ah, yes, fair enough.
Yeah, I can see where you went wrong, but yeah, it was Star Wars right. Sadu, what is the worst urban planning that you've ever seen, and what is the most simple, obvious thing that you had to explain to a grown person? It can be naval battles, history related, or not, or not related. Look, in terms of urban planning, I still remember an estate bid design coming for planning permission. And there's rules in the UK about how quickly and how you can access with fire trucks and ambulances and where they go. And sometimes you'll make special access points where there are basically technically pedestrian walkways, but emergency services vehicles can use those to get access to the back of an estate. So whereas cars normally go in and out one way in the estate, there might be another way in for emergency vehicles who want to get into the back of the estate, so instead of having to go the whole way around, they can go in that way, or they can come out that way. Makes perfect sense. So someone had designed that. But the trouble is, they then removed the houses around so they could fit in more houses. And they'd actually made it so that the walkway, which was supposed to be this emergency vehicle access, was 2 foot too narrow for even a car to get through, let alone an ambulance or a fire truck. And the problem was, at the point at which they were getting it reapproved and resorted out, they'd already sold the plots of land where they're building houses to people who were supposed to be buying those houses, who bought them off plan. And it was not unusual at that point in that particular area where I was talking about for that to happen, because that was when Hong Kong was transitioning from UK control, and it was a few years after that, but still transitioning, and people were starting to feel that it was getting tighter and tighter, and were starting to leave, and a lot of people from Hong Kong were buying stuff off plan as their reason for they already own property. So they weren't leaving. They were going to inspect their investment property in the UK, which then became their home once they got here. It was interesting. Basically, they ended up having to change the site of where they had to move to another position, and they had to break up a little park they had so they could still get. So they basically moved the emergency vehicle exit. That was the easiest way for them to do it. Had to rebuild it, and so they had a whole bridge which they put in to strengthen, and they didn't change the design again. And so there is a pedestrian bridge, as it is only accessible at the moment for pedestrians and bicycles, which is actually built of sufficient enough concrete and reinforcement to take a full fire truck running over it at speed. So they were really bad developers. Your Mowafu, Trimaran supercarriers, good or bad idea? Bad at current states of technology.
I can't think of the advantage.
The reason,
right.
Like, yeah, you,
The advantage
Carry
would be. Sorry, I realised I accidentally muted myself. I was wondering why you kept on talking over me, and it's like, oh, I'm muted. Um, sorry, there were two things. With this one, yeah, the advantage would be with beam. The disadvantage would be everything else. Because actually you want the hangar space below as well, going deep into the hull on a carrier. It's not because it's the whole. What was the description? It's an airfield. It's kind of an aerodrome on top of a.
No, it's basically you've got a box which has a hangar, a power station, all these things put together, wrapped up in a box with an airfield on top. And the fact is that's the thing, is you need the space below. And so the only way this trimaran would work is if you could make a trimaran where you could also make it big enough that you could have a hangar which would stretch over that space. And then you'd have a carrier which is basically equivalent, large enough to probably launch things like, I don't know, SR-71s, potentially, because it could have large enough catapults, and you'd have enough deck space. You could basically have a catapult which ran the entire length of one deck, so you could have landing one side and take off on the other side. But we are nowhere near technologically that being a viable option.
Yeah. And in terms of I was going to say for the previous thing, with the developers, I really liked the line that was said to Monty by Anthony Eden when Monty said, "I've chosen my successor as chief of the Imperial General Staff," and kind of Eden went, that's interesting because I've decided on that too.
Yes.
And they decided people, and it was like, but I've promised it to so and so. Then go and unpromise it.
Yes.
It's like, so you've sold those plots of land already. Unsell them.
Yeah. It was
apparently
fun.
there are 2 questions remaining, I hear from our very insistent mods.
Okay. I know. I've got the count up as well. I've got another Discord open, and I've got the count going as well. I can see. I'm being naughty with it, but I can see. Senecanero, how surprised were you by your cameo in Peacekeepers of Sol, and how surprised were you by Colonel Zebedee? Let's put it this way. I was very, very, it was heartwarming to have it. It was very nice to have it. The Colonel Zebedee was not as much a surprise, because the moment it was hinted to me that corgis were going to be involved, I had a feeling that there was going to be a certain character turning up, because Glyn had been watching videos of Zebedee at that point for a while and had been basically quite liked him. So yeah, but the Colonel turning up was a fun one, and having Zebedee felt that the corgi should get some combat. Zebedee felt that, honestly, there should have been a boarding action and the corgi should have been allowed combat duty, as he felt he could take on any of the threats in Peacekeepers of Sol and would win. It was probably sensible there wasn't that, but it would have been a funny one if the corgis had managed to have the combat power.
I'm just I think a funny scene / terrifying scene would just be, there is a guy in power armor who has been forcibly and traumatically disconnected from the server. Let's phrase it that way. And there's no signs of any of the combat team, but there's just the small herd of corgis standing there menacingly.
Just sitting down, just sitting down quietly, just sort of sit there with one tongue out, just going, yeah, I'm happy.
With kind of
What happened? We have no idea what happened. You have to remember that basically that started off with because, as I've always said, when we used to come down on holiday to Cornwall quite a lot and meet the family down here, they used to, the windows were usually open and sort of in our bedrooms when we sleep at night because it gets hot. So you just have the windows open. With me, it doesn't matter because I'm awake all night. So basically, if anyone comes through the window, hello! I've got company! And they're here for some exercise! Goody! I was looking forward to some. With my mom's room, it always said, yes, there's the poodle in there, but you've also got to deal with my mum. And if she perceives you as a threat to the poodle, Lord help you and good luck. With my sister, that's usually where Zebedee was. And the answer was, if you wake up Zebedee and it's not his breakfast time, you better be bringing food or you will become the food.
To be fair,
So,
you might...
good luck, God bless, and the Geneva Convention is about to get a few new additions if anyone records what takes place.
Is it still a war crime if a dog does it?
I think with the level of what the Corgi would probably do, it would still qualify as a war crime. Or at least they'd make it one, just because you should never allow a Corgi to do that ever again. Because, again, Corgis, you always have to remember, are the dogs which are designed to herd cattle, so be trod on and kicked by cattle, and they have still kept that building, and B, have no concept that they might be outnumbered, outgunned, or outmassed by any opponent. For them, these factors do not matter. All those factors become one thing: targets. So, Joe Fredericks, in Star Wars, knowing that even cargo ships could be outfitted with enough weapons to turn them into carriers battleships, why would anyone even build dedicated warships anymore? Efficiency. It's going to be efficiency.
And in the nicest way, the little turtleback ships that they have are just transports. They have some limited point defense weaponry, but they are not meant as frontline combatants. You can sort of tack on X-Wings, A-Wings, and Y-Wings, parasite craft, but it is literally a tack on, and you can't look at the Mon Cal ships as being easy conversions because the Mon Cal yards, much like it was in Corellian engineering, were building the ships to be modified into combatants explicitly.
Okay.
Well, not explicitly, but...
Please don't start sending questions to the bot until I've actually put the screen to open, okay? I've just sent it the command to open. If you overload it while it's trying to set up by sending a whole load of questions before it started, it won't work. So please be nice to the bot. Until I tell you it's open, don't put questions in. So, IKB, Steve Clarke, Stannis, Yomo Wafu, all of you, please hold it.
Your upper mounted memories, calm them.
I realise you are keen to put questions in. I know, I want to see those questions. But until the bot is working, I don't know, okay? And it hasn't told me it's working yet, so whilst the question has got through, I have no idea if the bot's working because you've basically overridden it. And it could not work properly. Questions are now open, literally has just come through. Thank you.
Yes, always wait before you put test, and I'm tempted to automate it so that anybody who puts test in gets 30-second timeout. And don't put test or question until you see the bot chat back to you like it just has in both Twitch and YouTube that questions are now open.
No. Wait until the orange sign appears underneath me with questions open. Okay? When this appears, questions are open, and we're taking in another 15.
Oh, I need to get a bottle of brew.
So, when this appears, that's when we have the questions come in, okay? Alright. Yomo Wafu. Who would you recommend 3 twin 12-inch turrets or 5 999.2-inch turrets for a 25,000-ton cruiser for 1920s if no restrictions existed? Considering likely range of engagement is still visual engagement range, and the likely killing range, the 5 999.2-inch turrets is probably the better option, because rate of fire, you have 15 9.2-inch shells versus 6 12-inch shells. You're going to have about twice the rate of fire per gun. So you're going to, for every 6 shells they're firing your direction, you're going to be firing about 30 in their direction. At probably similar engagement ranges. And for cruisers, that matters. Stannis. And okay, now I have to delete that because of what? Yes, delete that. Okay.
Terminate.
Stannis.
Exterminate.
You have SG-1's Wraith battleship under your full command, and are placed into the Dominion War around the time of the In the Pale Blue Moonlight on the side of Federation. What will you do?
SG-1 had a Wraith battleship, a Wraith Hive?
I think it's they're referring to the Hive when it had the power cell, the Atlantean power cells added in.
But that was SGA, not SG-1, and they never had control of that. They blew it up.
Well, yeah, I'm going with, they've gone with the franchise, and they're going with the battleship version of the Hive, which is the one which has had that. So that's how I'm reading that. And if you had that, I'm thinking about the weapons spec from Star Trek versus the weapons from Stargate. It'd be useful. No one's going to complain about you turning up and fighting alongside them. But you're going to take a kicking. And you're going to be giving a kicking, but you're going to be taking a kicking. What you might want to do is try and actually sneak in as something unexpected and unknown. And sneak through to the Dominion homeworld and see if Wraith can enjoy the likes of changelings. Because that'd be really interesting. Could a Wraith suck life from a changeling?
Well, the other question I would have is, would the rings work to get through shields? So could you just be merrily transporting bombs into ships and bypassing their shields?
Certainly be interesting. And you have all the darts. They're useful. You can make a whole load of Dominion troops disappear very quickly in a battle scenario.
New
IKB. Have any of the panel played Iron Nest demo? And if so, how well does it represent naval artillery? Not yet. I've got it on my list of things to play, but I haven't managed to get to it. I probably won't get to it till next week. Honestly, if I'm at the earliest. Because I've got Dan here this week, i.e. Boom Boom Dan is visiting this week, so it's kind of, that's adding extra stuff in my daytimes, which means my night times are going to be spent doing more of my work, like recording, etc.
Has Dr. Dan Explosives Edition collaborated with Dr. Drac Engineer Edition to make the Greek Fire again?
Not yet, that I'm aware of.
They are going to be spending time together next weekend.
So we should see Greek Fire Phase 2, Electric Boogaloo, shortly?
It's either that or else Epsom may disappear in a new largest non-nuclear explosion in the world. One or the other. It'll be fine.
Lions. If a Vice Admiral leads a cruiser squadron, would both the accompanying destroyer flotillas be commanded by a Rear Admiral? No. They'd still be commanded by a Captain.
Yeah. But that's starting to get to be almost a fleet size, so you might have a Rear Admiral light forces?
Well, no, if you have a full cruiser squadron, you will have a Vice Admiral and a Rear Admiral in the cruiser squadron.
Yeah, so is that a squadron of kind of 8 rather than a squadron of...
Even a squadron of 4 could end up with a Rear Admiral in charge of the 2nd Division. Sometimes it's commander. But yeah, it would be if it's an 8, it's a rear admiral there. And the thing is, 2 flotillas of destroyers. No, you need about 4 or 5 before you're going to get a rear admiral flotilla light forces turning up. Unless the rear admiral light force is the guy being put in charge, or girl being put in charge, I suppose these days. But in the period we're talking about, it was guys.
Oh, my little fleet is going to die.
Volunteer per order 7. My understanding is the Greek Fire now works, but it's too terrible to publish because it does all the things Greek Fire was supposed to. All I will say is Drac and Boom Boom Dan have been working on Greek Fire for the last since Sweden, and I don't want to think about it. Ploppy 78. Star Wars, are they lasers or plasma weapons or something else?
Lasers.
The blasters are firing kind of energy packets, is my understanding.
Yeah.
So they aren't lasers per se. The kind of the handheld blasters, because that's why you can deflect them with a lightsaber. And why they, yeah. So, I think that's kind of the lore from one of the RPGs, Star Wars RPGs I bought decades ago.
Standard Star Wars weaponry is a field of plasma contained on and carried by a laser. Things start getting more interesting when it's stuff like ion weaponry and such.
Mainly because I don't think they knew what an ion was, except that it sounded cool if they put it in the name of something.
Yep. Although, one of the things it's worth noting is that both during the Cold War we were working on particle beam weapons. It was put to one side because of the expense, but yeah, it's something which is potentially coming back.
Yes, well, they work.
There's particle beam weapons. Go and look them up. The Americans were working on it. I think there's actually even a model of it, which is in one of the American museums.
Yep, it was a part of Star Wars, ironically.
Yeah.
The Strategic Defense Initiative.
Basically, it's that weapon system is what they based ion cannons on in the not the original Star Trek original, the NX-01 series, the Enterprise, the guy with the beagle, Archer.
Yeah. That is the NX-01 series.
Yeah,
and Star Trek Enterprise with the phase cannons.
Yeah, and they based them. They based them off the Star Wars system.
Yeah, which they then move into Nadion-based phasers. So go on, Fox.
As a resident microelectrician here,
yeah,
in more ways than one, it should be noted that electronics do not like getting hit by ions, especially stray ions. A high voltage system might care less, but especially a microelectronic system will quite happily get fried by ion sources.
So the other thing I would say on that note is people don't like it very much either. And if you want to have a particle accelerator, go down to your local hospital with a radiotherapy department, because that's what they have and that's what they do.
Yeah.
They have things like the proton beams and things. We have them. We just don't have them at a range where, and with a kind of they're not really. I mean, they're kind of designed for anti-personnel use. They're just not particularly mobile.
Okay, so volunteer per order 7. You can save a pre-1900 ship that survived until at least 1945. Other than HMS Implacable's museum ship, which ship would you like to save? Which ship? Pre-1945.
Was the Great Eastern still afloat at that point? I can't think of any famous ones that were still ticking off right now.
Because I know it's very neat, but there was, because you still see its carcass poking out the water where I used to grow up. There was a large fishing ship that got, I say large, it's more boat than ship, large fishing boat. That got sunk during the Troubles. That survived both World War One and World War Two. I would love to see that survived, but yeah,
that would indeed be very cool.
It was an old style, early iron fishing boat. We don't actually know how old it is. We just know it's been here longer than most of the buildings in the town.
Okay, so if I was picking a ship that was still in service in World War II, but was built before 1900, there's a couple of options. Honestly, there's both Asthma class cruisers still around. But I think I would go with the O'Higgins, which is a Chilean armored cruiser, which was built by Philip Watts, built by Armstrong to a design of Philip Watts, and is launched in 1897, complete in 1898. And honestly, it is built by Armstrong, Whitworth, and Ellswick. And if it was still around, I would be a very happy man, because there's all sorts of interesting stuff in it. It decommissioned in 1933, but wasn't scrapped till 1958. And so it would have been a really interesting thing to have a look at and be able to play around with and see and go and visit. And I might actually, if that existed, I might actually have more of a case for getting a ship-shaped crew visit to South America.
Whereas at the moment it's mostly predicated on Drac wanting to go and be mean to people.
Yeah, which is basically which is partially potentially a rerun of Top Gear's visit to South America, which is worrying me on a certain level.
Yeah, I watched an interview with Hammond about that, and he was saying both that and the drive through Alabama, I think it was, were genuinely scary. But it was also that there were about 100 production crew stuck in Argentina as well. So whilst the core cast got away, okay, a lot of the other people didn't.
They had to do a late night drive across the border to Chile, didn't they, or something like that?
Yeah, it was something like that. It was not mahusively healthy for people, or good for their underwears. Yeah.
World War II naval battles that, had it gone over, would have had the most substantial war effect.
World War II naval battle. kind of the Norwegian campaign if the Royal Navy had caught the German forces before any of the destroyers detached, when you had Scharnhorst, Gneisenau, Admiral Hipper, and either 14 or 16 destroyers with the entire landing forces for Trondheim and Narvik. If they had been caught by the home fleet, which was doable,
yes,
then that would have been...
If Trondheim and Narvik don't fall, then there's a good argument that Norway might not fall.
Yeah,
because
you've then got enough things, because you've then also got a blatant enough warning for the Norwegians that they can't help but functionally mobilize, because they've heard about a battle that took place about 24 hours before the forces even, I think, left to go to Oslo Fjord.
Well, so you also got the fact that the British would react to that. They've just defeated a large German landing force. They've seen their casualties in the water. They've seen what they've defeated. The British would be responding by that by also chucking stuff into around Norway.
Yeah,
and basically going to Norwegians. You either defend yourselves or we defend you.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, the only efficiency with that is the fact that Germany takes southern Norway and Oslo. That's where like 80% of the Norway. Yeah. Because the whole things after Narvik happen after you've got the Blucher going up the estuary.
No, but the Norwegians have a chance to lay their minefields.
And also, it's a kind of case of this is the fleet getting this is the northern forces getting destroyed before they even while they're en route. So it's before the Oslo ones are even going. So there's going to be a level of alert for the Norwegians. And the thing is also that means the forces in northern and central Norway can mobilise and come south. And and as long as they've got Trondheim, they can actually make their way south, especially if the British are prepared to assist. So you end up with a fight in the part of Norway which probably best fits the forces which are assisting it, but also best fits the Norwegians if they've activated are going to... And also, it's going to sound strange because... landing in. If it's that, then you also have to remember Operation Wellspring, the attacks where they're hitting, and the points where they're hitting, they don't just go for Oslo. They also go for Bergen, Stavanger, Egersund, and Kristiansand, and the Royal Navy could really interfere with those without getting too exposed. Going to Oslo, if the Germans only get into Oslo, then they're almost in a problematic position, because if the Norwegians have got everywhere else around it, expanding out from Oslo might make sense, but it's also going to be very difficult to resupply, especially if there's enough British submarines surged into there and enough minefields laid. Because the Norwegians will have access to all the weapons stores they have in Bergen, in Trondheim, in Narvik, in Egersund, I think also had them, and to extent Kristiansand. I'm not sure how much Stavanger actually had, and that's the trouble. It's basically they take out where the Norwegians actually have weapons stores quite quickly. That's one of the problems for the Norwegians. They not only don't mobilize in time, they don't defend their weapons stores. Oslo is one of the few places where historically they did actually manage to evacuate quite a large chunk of their weapons. Because they had the time bought for them by the fort, because they did get alerts, because they did, manage to do things. So, if you've got a kind of battle happen to that northern force, and that northern force being taken out probably would be equivalent to somewhere in the Bergen area, that's going to push the Norwegians onto alert status. And the Germans might choose to bottle it and not go for it, or they might choose to still go for it. But either way, they're going to be running into a gauntlet of firepower.
Okay, because I can't at this point see the Royal Navy being able to interdict off the Danish coast.
Well, it's not off the Danish coast, it's on the Norwegian coast.
Yeah.
Bergen's Norway.
It's off the it's off the south of Norway.
Yeah, I'm talking about stuff like the landings in the south going to Oslo.
Well, Kristiansand is in the North Sea. Oslo is basically the only one which is deeper into the Danish areas, and if you consider Kristiansand, they can probably deal with, because the Germans don't set up the air bases in Denmark immediately on their invasion. They don't get aircraft operating from there immediately. It is a few hours, and honestly, again, if you consider the force which was going up north included the things like the Scharnhorst, if the Scharnhorst had been sunk, I honestly wonder if the Germans actually do follow through for the force, because they've just lost Scharnhorst and Gneisenau. They've lost, or at least severely hammered. They've lost their destroyers. They've lost all those landing forces. Do you carry on launching that southern assault?
Fair.
Because, remember how Hitler reacts when they get when Bismarck gets lost, but also remember how he reacts to Gneisenau getting damaged fighting Renown. What's he going to react to Scharnhorst and Gneisenau getting sunk because they ran into the entire home fleet, going, "Hello."
Mm-hmm.
It's going to be a case of, I think that was when it gets called off in that battle. But also at that point, then the Norwegians go for at least a heavily armed neutrality. But potentially that also pushes them into war, because someone's actually sending an invasion force.
Mm.
Even if it's a heavily armed neutrality, then frankly the big problem for the Germans then is heavy water and iron ore and fish oil. And all three of those things start flowing to Britain and the British Empire, not to Germany. And the British will use it to get as much iron ore out of Sweden as they can, so that the Swedes don't have any to sell to the Germans, and the Swedes will just go, "Hello."
Foxer, you're trying to say something there?
Because we do know that German troops did transfer through Sweden into southern Norway.
No, they didn't.
No.
No, once the invasion had a foothold in southern Norway.
No. They went through Sweden on train to go to Finland later on in the war, but not in the attack on Norway. They didn't do any attacks out of Sweden into Norway. Swedes did not allow them into Norway to attack Norway from them.
No.
The Swedes were at full alert. The Germans weren't getting there. It's later on, once Sweden's surrounded, that they start letting the Germans use railways through them. Because what choice do they really have?
Yeah.
It's kind of like when people are annoyed with Finland for siding with Germany in World War II. Well, they're already at war with the Soviets, and they're cut off from everyone else, and the Germans are going, "We're fighting the Soviets too." Who would you side with?
Germans. I don't like it, but I don't see a better option, so.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, I mean, it's the same as quite a lot of other countries. It was, do you want Stalin or the others? That's very much a damned if you do, damned if you don't.
Yeah.
So you pick one, and hope you pick the right one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hope you pick one you can navigate. Timu, what is Dan's favourite science fiction series of all time?
I am torn between too many. I like Star Trek.
Mm-hmm.
I like BattleTech. I like Babylon 5. I like quite a lot of Glynn stuff. I haven't read all of it, which is why I'm not saying all of it. I like Star Wars, although some of it gets annoying. But then again, it is kind of for kids. I like Doctor Who. Yeah. Don't make me choose.
Okay. Stafford Thompson, in a full-blown battle royale, which sci-fi genre wins the crown of the ultimate sci-fi, and why do they win? So, in other words, we send all the fleets of all the science fictions to fight each other. Which fleet wins?
That's simple. The Zeelyverse.
Really.
Okay, and why?
It's either Zeelyverse or the Cultureverse, because both have universe-destroying weaponry.
And aren't afraid to use it.
And both have entire books and factions who are fighting a temporal war to be the one to destroy reality first.
Yeah. Oh, we've lost 1 billion lives today. Oh, well, that means nothing.
No, quite like the Zeelyverse, we've lost 1 trillion people. Ooh, it's a good day with minimal casualties.
Like, I will bat for a lot of science fiction competitions comparing strongest, but I will never even remotely say something can sort of trump Zeely.
The only one I would say is the Culture.
I don't know enough about them to say so, but...
And that's because they have... The Culture itself has the ability to resist universe-destroying weapons, because it basically goes, I think, therefore I am. The universe ends around it. It doesn't care because it is.
Alrighty then. Now, to go back to a question which earlier had a smiley face on it. Dragon of Foxo, why do you think the Azulane writers for the canon CN story seem okay to use the actual names of former colonial powers, while the Azulane writers for Japanese and English versions aren't?
As previously mentioned, different translators for different departments.
Yeah.
I believe someone mentioned in the chat that, relatively speaking, China doesn't care about modern politics, so people going, oh, well, you can't say this anymore.
Yeah.
Europe and Japan very much do.
Yeah, and it's... This is going to sound strange, but China doesn't call itself China. China has different words to dictate itself. From what I know of consuming Chinese media, a lot of authors will make up new synonyms for China, or a Chinese analog. Whereas the UK is the UK. There's only 3 synonyms for the UK? Which is Great Britain, the UK, and the United Kingdom.
It's United Kingdom to Great Britain and Northern Ireland. It's UK, it's Great Britain, and it's Britain.
Yeah.
So it's about 3-4.
And it's meanwhile, the English word for China comes from the name of a Chinese dynasty, not what the Chinese people call themselves.
Yeah. Yes, during World War I, Britain sent agents over to Sweden to buy ball bearings for our use and to deny them to the Germans. Yes, the British did all sorts of naughty things. Basically, what people don't realise is how does Britain implement a lot of the World War I blockade? Is they buy the stuff. This is the problem the Americans sometimes find with the British definition of blockade, because the British are doing a blockade, and the Americans are expecting World War I for the British to be doing it mostly at the point of the gun, and mostly the British blockade was done at the point of a pen.
It's normally done at the point of a checkbook.
Point of a pen, writing the check.
Yeah.
It sounds more appropriate. You don't really have a point of a checkbook, but the point of the pen.
A perfect example of this is... Because I found a book by it called The Chromium Wars. That's about Turkey is one of the world's biggest sources of chromium in Western Anatolia.
Yeah.
And the UK bought up 90% of Turkish chromium production in 41, 42, and 43 and 44.
Yeah.
Despite the fact it only actually used 10% of the bought chromium.
Yeah, we had a huge stockpile of chromium for many years after World War II.
Yeah, and they bought it because if they bought it at a higher price, the Turks wouldn't sell to the Germans who needed chromium.
Yep.
Never let it be said that we are, what's the word? Nice.
No. IO. In 1991, the RN somehow finds itself owning an Ulivos-class nuclear carrier. 1, how do you justify this happening? Funniest answer, please. 2, what do you think with it? Do you think with it needs to be in service of 20... what do you do with it? It needs to be in service of 20, 30 years. Interesting enough, an Ulivos actually would be a quite good thing for things like Sea Harriers to operate off from. They probably would do some more work. B, also, if the British have got it, they're going to want to convert it to British systems. So there's going to be a fair chunk of work that way. And 3, how did the RN manage to get hold of it? Well, probably an RN crew were ashore for some beers, and it had been left unattended.
What was left unattended? Actually, it doesn't matter. They'll have half-inched it.
It probably was left unattended in Ukraine, and the Ukrainian authorities probably said, well, we don't want it. And the Soviet authority is no longer existed, and the Russians didn't actually own it. And so probably knowing the British, the British will leave some sort of payment with someone, and then they'll nicked it, and it'll be a case of, so, Commander, yes, you purchased for the Royal Navy for the sum of £10,000. You've requested for us an aircraft carrier. Yes.
What are you planning on doing with it, Commander?
We have an aircraft carrier, sir. What do you want to do with it?
Mm.
And it could be, if it was available then, brand new, yes, keeping it in for 20, 30 years makes sense. And it would probably be the transition carrier while we brought in the Queen Elizabeth. The interesting thing would be we might end up going down the F-35C route in that scenario and the Hawkeye route. Because that was standardized with the carrier we already had. We potentially would still buy gas-powered Queen Elizabeth class. With emails, we might go for a nuclear-powered vessel, but probably would still go with gas-powered. If we did go nuclear-powered, you probably would see... Probably the French would actually just buy it and build it, rather than doing all the providing, end up with the PNG.
Can I just say one thing? If we're going to talk about this, and we're going to be saying this, can we please do the full Pavel Chekhov of nuclear weapon?
You can do it.
Stafford, I woke up at 2 o'clock today, 1400 my time. I'm probably just going to stay awake until I get to the hotel tomorrow. Well, I don't know who just made the grunt. It was either Dan or Dragon. The problem is if I go to sleep and I try to wake up, basically I'm going to have to be up at 2. So I can have a decent chance of leaving at 3. If I try and go... If I try to go to sleep before then, it's going to be right in the middle of my normal sleep cycle, which means I'm going to wake up, maybe, and feel like absolute poodoo.
Yeah.
And LEV, to answer the question, in the 40k universe, ships are depicted as overcrowded cities with most lower decks living in squalor. However, seeing the size of ships, would they really be even that cramped? Cramped, no, but most ships are a microcosm of the society they represent, and I wouldn't be surprised if you found whole decks of accommodations not being used because the people they were prepared to be assigned to forces which weren't attached to the ship, i.e. they're prepared for regiments of guard which hadn't been actually put aboard, so instead of them being used for the crew they weren't, and various other things going on because of the bureaucracy on the ship. As said, ships are a microcosm of the society they represent. I'd also say that in the 40k universe, life is cheap. And this was a problem in a lot of ships, and you should there were ships, some navies in the 1960s and 70s of nations where the view was life was cheap, and the way the crew were treated was really not good. Now, very quickly, it was worked out that treating your crew like that didn't give you good crew. It gave you a semi-mutinous crew and lots of problems for your ship. But still, people have done it because who cares about the lower people?
Mm.
So that's fun. But Dragon probably has his. I'm fairly sure Dragon is about to launch him some ideas himself on the 40k ships.
I know Foxo knows this stuff.
I know, but I was saying Dragon first because I thought Foxo had cooked her dinner earlier, so I was giving her time to probably possibly finish eating.
Yeah, so okay, this is something I see a lot, and it's, to be fair, let's take a Lunar-class cruiser.
Mm-hmm.
A Lunar-class cruiser is several kilometers long and over a kilometer deep. That's the size of a large town per deck level.
Mm-hmm.
There is a lot of internal volume in these ships.
Yep.
5 kilometers long, 0.8 meters a beam at the fins, to be precise.
Yes. So this is a ship that's taller than the highest of skyscrapers.
Mm-hmm.
And think about how dense a population you could get if you had a 5 or 6 kilometer long central New York. That's the sort of amount of people we're talking about here. And unfortunately, as happens with any large mass of people, people get lost. People lose ID. People get in the wrong sections and just decide, this is where I live now.
Yep.
Which is basically how cities work and how city culture ends up diverging. And when you go up, you start to hit stuff like ships like the Retributions, which are big ships in the tens of kilometers.
Mm-hmm.
You've got so much internal volume that it would take you actual months to walk from one end to the other. Because it's not just a straight line.
Which actually... sorry, go on.
Go on, Dragon.
I was going to say, which, as a unique element of that, the only known Imperial battleships which do have a very nice, neat, long straight line down the middle of them are Gloriana class.
Yep.
And that's because that's designed for a legion to be able to march down the middle of the ship.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Okay.
And especially the battleships are just cavernous. To the point where you can fight on a battle barge close range armored engagements.
Yeah, I know. I've done a few games like that with the family gaming weekends.
Because there's one case in law of someone, I think it was a guard regiment, boarding a battle barge with a Bane blade.
I was going to say, I now have visions of. So this is why the US Marines like having heavy battle tanks.
They don't have them anymore.
I know, but this is why they liked having them.
Yes.
And this is why they were the ones who ended up with the what were the huge American tanks just post World War II with the 120mm gun.
The T-28s?
No, I think they got an M number.
M60s.
No,
M4.
before the M60, when they...
It'd be M48s then.
No, because it was their equivalent of the Conqueror.
M103.
Yes. I think it was M103.
Yeah, but back to the original question quickly.
Yeah.
The crew taking losses in combat is calculated into the amount of crew they've got, right?
Mm-hmm.
When they were built. And the designers realized that you've got so much room on this ship for people that you can actually have a stable genetic pool if you employ both men and women. So the crew will replenish itself. Which, when this ship is in service for hundreds, if not thousands of years, is incredibly useful. But it also means that when the ship hasn't been in combat for 400, 500, 600 years, it tends to have way more crew than it needs.
Yes.
Yeah, the Rogue Trader game from Owlcat actually kind of touches on the stances around it if you go down one of your mission paths.
Yeah. And it's why the crewing of a battleship, when we see it in preparation for the 12th or 11th Black Crusade, when Chaos is raiding the mothball yards, we see how do you get a good crew for your battleships that are entering service? Well, just transplant part of a different battleship's crew in there.
Mm-hmm.
Everything will be fine. And it is fine.
Yeah, just inoculate the new ship with the old ship's crew, and wait 20 years, and you're great.
Yeah.
Yeah. And for 40k, that's the sort of scale you're working on.
Yeah, fun people.
Also,
okay, next question. Oh no, Karen Dragon.
Okay. Because I was mostly letting Fox finish because he was making it. While these ships do have a lot of mass, you have to consider also though the sheer amount of size some of these components take up. It said something like the reactors alone take up 20% of the mass of the ship.
Yes.
Now, to use Fox's example of the Luna-class cruiser, we know that the Luna-class cruiser weighs approximately 28 megatons. So 20% of that is taken up by the reactor alone. You then got all the other systems on top of that. The gunnery decks, you're not really going to have people living there. It's spacious, but also there is a lot of stuff there. You then, as Fox pointed out, at the lower decks, you then have people that go missing. Well, you also have people that just come on board and actually try and make a living there.
Mm-hmm.
Unironically, there are groups that have degraded. There are actual Imperial Navy ships that use people as rat eaters because they just live in the lower decks and humans are good at killing pests.
Yeah.
Not pleasant, but
well, and also they're probably getting fresher meat than what's served in some of the other ration packs.
Yeah, because I mean, we also know that at times you see guardsmen come aboard, the ship gets trapped in the warp for 50, 60 years.
Mm-hmm.
And by the time the guardsmen are arriving, they've gone native and aren't guardsmen anymore. They're just ship's crew. Normally they just get attacked, they just get eaten into the ship's void marines. Which, quick thing, void marines are no longer legal on tabletop.
Unless you play Rogue. No, they are if you play called Imperial Agents. But
yeah.
Also, actually,
but they're being functionally made unplayable instead of tabletop. You have to play Strike Team.
But Also, another thing about the whole overcrowded nature. Think of it this way: how much space does a single crewman need to be comfortable? Basically, need a room, preferably by itself, and you can make do with a communal shower. Though personal one's good enough. You can squeeze that down quite significantly into a small area. You can make a ship very cramped, even on a big ship, solely because you can live with a quite cramped arrangement. It can still be pleasant to live on, though.
Mm-hmm.
Like, modern day ships are, by most standards, cramped. But you can pack a lot of people into it.
It's for the fact that modern ships are relatively spacious compared to their historical counterparts.
That's more comparing modern day ships, living not on a ship.
I mean, even then, just look at the density of crew you get on some ships of the line.
Oh, yeah. But they also...
And their living spaces.
One of the things that's often forgotten about them is how many of them brought women with them as well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then you apply that to something that's 15, 17 kilometers long and several kilometers wide and several kilometers deep. That's a lot of people and a lot of room.
Yeah. 1961. As Admiral Hipper, TDS was apparently designed to resist a 250 kilogram warhead charge. How did a Whitehead Model 5D torpedo, it's a torpedo defense system, I presume TDS, I guess what this for. How did a Whitehead Model 5D torpedo with its 120 kilogram TNT warhead defeat a system that should resist it easily? Where it hit was not a part of the hull which was actually protected by the TDS, because normally, if you're maneuvering at sea, at the speeds you're maneuvering at sea, that position would not be at really that much risk. When you're in that scenario, yeah, it is. Sunera, I just finished Peacekeepers of Soul. What should I read next? From Glenn.
It depends. What have you read already? What's already off the list? Because
if you haven't read Carrier Avalon, then read that series. If you have read that series, then honestly, the current one's pretty good.
Which one is this current one?
The current one is, we've already talked about it tonight, House of Adamant.
Oh, House Adamant. Yeah. Also, what would it add? Brain words. Mars. Starship's Mage is good. 5 out of 10. No, 10 out of 10. Sorry, brain is short circuiting right now. Can recommend. Do recommend. Will recommend.
Yeah. Also, I would say the LEV on the density of crew size for the Wolf 40K. You always have to remember with the stories you're getting told in 40K is that it is not a you do not have a trustworthy storyteller. It's often portrayed as the correct. There are retcons, etc., and changes, but sometimes, it's often those changes and correct retcons that they're presented. They're basically gone. Actually, this is what really happened, and even then, there might be something else going on at a different level. That's how complicated. In terms of the bureaucracy and ship numbers, I think what you have to remember is the figures given are the official crew, or rather, the number of crew that ship starts with, that they seed it population-wise with. What crew it might have after a few years of service is a very different matter.
The rule of thumb that seems to get a lot of traction is add a 0.
Mm-hmm. Westwood Sailor. It is 1910 and the Albanian Navy wishes to base their newest class of warships off of an unsinkable hull. In what role do they employ the Olympic-class hull, and how could they arm them? Cruiser, and so probably 6-inch and 4-inch guns, and yeah, that's it. But it's going to be expensive for them running those things. I know it's Albanian, but there is Storming which still doesn't think this is a good idea. there are far more plausible things to give them that's going to cause them even more trouble. A nice armoured cruiser. IO, if the 3-inch 70 was available in 1937 for the RN, what ships would be fitted with it? Everything. Basically, the 3-inch 70 especially as it was later produced with the rapid fire versions, was available. Then every single 4-inch gun that's being between the 4-inch mount is being replaced by the 3-inch 70. Because rate of fire and what it can produce is going to be far superior. And you're probably going to get even things like the tribal class would possibly get fitted with at least one 3-inch 70 mount on it, possibly instead of the pom-pom mount, and they'd work out the weight for it and figure out how they were going to lie about it later.
Lying, just we were optimistic in our calculations.
Incredibly, considering how heavy some of the tribals were. Yeah. Sadu, will we ever see missiles the size of Talos missiles added to the Mark 41 VLS? No, because they couldn't fit in that VLS cell. You'd have to make a whole new VLS cell, which is what they're doing for the hypersonics. To take it. Because you might be using still the Mark 41 control systems, etc., and the ideas and things about it, but you're going to have to expand the size and also the capacity for dealing with heat because of that sort of size of missile. And we have a question from Knight 681 for Dragon of Foxo. Do you think a certain ship girls would have troubled their historic admirals? And if so, which ones? I'd say Hood and Vice Admiral Holland, given Hood remembers him dying aboard her.
I don't think I'm having problems with him. I see her going, I'm sorry I failed you.
Okay. Quickly. Can we appreciate that Azor Lane's the wrong boat girl setting to ask this question in?
Probably yes, that's probably more Kantai, I would have said.
Yeah. That's more Kantai, and because there is only one Le Admiral. There's only one Shiki Khan.
Yes. But is it if say they did meet their historical admirals though?
Yes.
Hood's probably fine with their I guess you might have Bismarck going. They might say so, but then again, they probably go, you were following your orders.
Yeah, the one I see having the issue is any of the friendships that were under Shansu at Merzel Kabir.
They might be rather annoyed.
Because given what Rishi and it's Dunkirk, isn't it, that escapes Hood?
Strasbourg.
Strips a turbine.
Strasbourg.
Yeah.
Strasbourg.
Was it Strasbourg? And Strasbourg, Jean Saul's getting a shanking in the old Paris style. And the Parisians know how to party.
Yes, they do. Okay. And so, for Friendly Sea Mine, if you could design a science fiction battleship using hulls, weapons, shields, and sensors and engines of any science fiction universe, what would you design?
Okay.
Go ahead.
Go on, Ronan.
I want a 40K hull with either an ancient or Asgardian driveline.
I'm taking the prettiest hull I know, which again is the Andromeda. I'm taking shielding tech from Star Trek, because I think adding that onto her would make her even more fun. Also, probably going to add phaser tech from Star Trek. Power generation as well. I'm going to try and up that up. Probably add in Atlantean power generation. And yeah, that's probably what I'm starting with. And I want to. I probably also want to take from Star Wars droid systems, and increase my droid manufacture so I can have more soldiers, more droids, more droids, more droids.
Made a bit more out there than that. First things first, hull. It has to be the OG long-beaked Gloriana class in form of the flame rod, because she's got that nice long front end. But taking off everything 40k that's not her adamantine hull.
Mm-hmm.
Secondly, I'm getting the highest speed possible Star Wars hyperdrive that will work for her.
5.5.
Yeah. And if possible, I'm plating her in the quantum armor from Legends. Like, she's basically indestructible. Then I'm going to take a dip to the Grey Goo-verse and pick up the repair and maintenance variant of the Grey Goo.
Mm-hmm.
The Grey Goo nodes. And I'm going to put the blueprint of the ship I want in that, so the ship will self-regenerate if you provide it raw resources. Then for shielding, I'm going to Forerunners from Halo. For a secondary FTL drive, I'm going to the Forerunners from Halo. For secondary battery, I'm going to the Forerunners and hard light weaponry. And for the main guns, I'm taking a trip over to Space Battleship Yamato for wave motion armaments.
You're having fun.
Then, for a crew, for a crew, I'm going to Star Fox. Because they're adorable.
Mine's sort of a hybridization of yours and Clarke's. Because, yes, I will be going for a ship from 40k because that gives me the most room to work with. Notably, I would probably choose something like Invincible Reason. Who would have guessed that I'm more biased to my type of Gloriana? But that's because she already has some very fun stuff on board. I would keep her adamantine internal structure, but I would actually remove her adamantine exterior. And instead probably swap that in for Glynn's neutronium armor. Because any armor that can survive 1 gigaton antimatter detonations on them is worthy of me giving it another look. Especially if I could give it regenerative lattice from various settings. I would definitely have phasers as a secondary weapon, but also look at Fox's idea for using wave motion energy. Because that's scary. If I could legally nab it, give me, what's it called? Oh, it's got such a silly name. But it's basically Yamato's new warp drive from the later season of Space Battleship Yamato that, yes, I have jumped literally from Edge of the Galaxy to the Galactic Core in seconds. Because that's fair. And you can do it per pinpoint with a backup standard warp drive. Yes, that's slow, but it gets me anywhere I need it to be, and I don't have to worry about having to go in straight lines. Droid crew is definitely an idea, but if I could actually nab them, give me some original Men of Iron. Ones preferably that don't want to murder humanity. We're people, so they probably won't hate us as much.
Mm-hmm.
Because they're kind of just droids plus.
Yes.
They will have to be across a droid and Astartes and an Imperial Knight.
Yeah, we could have some fun.
A lot of fun.
There it goes. Beat it over the head hard enough, eventually it'll work. Oh, yes, I would like to also, like, if I didn't say this earlier, when I said computer system in the hull, the Imperial hull, that means automation and things like mechanical loading of certain weapons.
That's the beauty of the Grey Goo. It'll do that anyway. And you don't need dedicated systems. You just have the goo.
I like the goo. I like the goo and Mr. Magoo. I like Mr. Magoo's goo.
Audible concern?
Good. You should be concerned.
Don't think I know what the goo is, but I'll live in ignorance.
Sentient living nanites.
Yeah. Have you never heard of the Grey Goo? Or the Von Neumann Goo?
Well, I mean, it's a kind of it's a concept a lot of sci-fi has used. I don't know one that's done more than kind of have it almost as in for short stories or something.
Stargate with the replicators.
Yeah, that's the only one I can think of. With that, yeah. I don't have a problem with that. I just, yeah. I got no idea. I did.
Okay, so the questions are all in. Knights here have managed to get 2 questions in with Powder Monkey somehow in a row. That's amazing. Anyway, for Timu, for Foxo's favorite sci-fi weapon.
That's easy.
Okay.
Forerunner hardlight weaponry.
Okay.
Because it's like lightsabers, but not lame. And you can do so much with it. And the idea of using light as a weapon is just cool.
Okay. I agree.
And no matter what people say, Halo 4 was a good game.
Swiftly moving on before my fox gets decapitated.
Okay. Knights here, the Admiral hit the torpedo defense did not cover the boiler rooms. Why? It did cover the boiler rooms, but basically it covered one point of boiler rooms, and you have the double hull underneath, and they have sort of extra hull space, and it managed to get the gap. But also there was 2 torpedo hits, and the thing is, the one forward, I think started. It was also they were hit by the 6-inch guns. It started and those fires started. And honestly, she was in trouble because the fire reached the 105mm ammunition magazines, and that were between turbine 1 and 2, and turbo rooms 1 and 2, and that exploded and ruptured the engine rooms violently. So basically, what it is the torpedo manages to just skim right. It's a very, very lucky hit, but also there's the forward hit as well, which also does its damage. The hit and the damage from boiler room that hit boiler room 2, it managed to cause boiler room 1 had already gone to gunfire. Okay, so the boiler room 2 is hit and damaged, and that means turbine 1 loses its power, and the pipes through the boiler rooms are damaged. So they have a 3rd boiler room, but it is not really helping them, and they are still getting into trouble. Basically, it's the fire which all the damage creates, which does her in, not necessarily the damage itself.
and they're experiencing slightly worse than IJN levels of damage control because she's only just commissioned, I think.
Yeah, Bluka was literally she was commissioned 20th September 1939. So whilst she is, and also you have to remember the German commissioning process is different. They commission the ship before it's gone through its final testings. So it goes through its final testing with a naval crew aboard, whereas the British don't commission until after it's done its final testings from the yard. So it's actually been in proper service for a lot less time than September 1939 to April 1940. I did have an interesting comment about somebody the other day who said that Tiger was actually, when I say the other day, I mean actually today. They put a comment. Tiger was a brand new ship and was under complete disarray at Battle of Jutland. It was brand new and only recently commissioned. I'm sort of going. It was commissioned in October 1914. Jutland takes place in May 1916. I think they got Dogger Bank and Jutland confused, so I wrote that back to them. They haven't responded to that comment, but I think that's what they did. I think they got Dogger Bank and Jutland confused because they're right on for Dogger Bank to an extent, but they are wrong for Jutland. So yeah, I'm hoping I corrected them because on that I tried to be as nice as I could on the correction because they had done on an earnest comment, but I honestly think they got the two battles confused.
Yeah, I think there's a bit of misunderstanding because there's a little thing of the Royal Navy officers' pocketbook for World War One, which is based on stuff written by William James, who was appointed as, I think, the first executive officer, commander of Tiger commissioning, or possibly a different one. And I think that gives quite strong vibes of that. But they were selling it for Jutland, but actually I think the comments were from quite a time before.
Yeah, basically I think the captain on board is the captain who it's basically the comments are from the Dogger Bank, the pre-Dogger Bank period, and also they don't reflect what the captain felt. The executive officer and the captain had a disagreement on the crew, but that's because the crew would do anything for their captain because he was a very nice captain and they liked him. For their executive officer, they thought he was a bit of a prat, if I remember correctly, or something like that. It was, and it was Richie. He wasn't a prat. He was a very hard taskmaster, and he got a crew which was made up of newbies, people who Pelly was happy to take from the brigs, where they'd been for basically bad behaviour, but Pelly was happy to take them, and they matched up someone who was a very good motivator with a disciplinarian as the XO, because the Admiralty's idea was that makes sense, and they basically very quickly became the good cop and the bad cop of the ship. And the bad cop and then when that officer moved on to another ship, he proved actually a very good captain, and he was very good with that crew. But he was the wrong person, I think, for that scenario in terms of his temperament. And yeah, that happens.
But it was also, it was quite tough organising a ship just as the war's starting because people really aren't going to give up their good crew at that sort of point.
Yeah, you're not going to get crew from other ships at that point. You're going to go with what you can get.
Yeah.
But there's a difference between the Tiger crew of January and February 1915 and the crew that are May 1916, though. That's the problem, Shafriel.
Yeah.
By the point you're talking that they've been in service for 18 months, anyone who was really problematic has been booted, and the rest have been formed into a very cohesive unit. Tiger is probably one of the best performing ships at Jutland. So there's a difference between Dogger Bank. Do you have that point of view? And it is a valid argument to make for Dogger Bank, but that is early February 1915. Whereas for May, June 1916, it's a different story. Knight. How was Hood able to reach 33 knots in 1920s when on speed trials she only reached 32.07 knots? Fuel quality and better understanding of her. Also, they're prepared that they were pushing things a little bit harder.
Remember, the Royal Navy does its trials, in a sense, on hard mode. Other countries do their trials on the builders are often going to be given a bonus if they can achieve certain things.
Yeah, basically the Royal Navy's trials at this period were more a case of if it doesn't hit this, you get beaten up. Whereas other people were, if it hits this, you get a bonus.
That's why so many of the French and Italian ships and things registered such insanely fast speeds, was because the builders basically were going to get big bonuses for achieving those.
Yeah.
But you don't get that with the Royal Navy.
It's the same principle why the fastest car you'll ever drive is a hire car.
Yeah.
Because you're willing to push a car in that situation a lot harder than you would push your own car. So, and for the constructors, on those speed trials, that's a hire car. It needs to show off, not be your day-to-day driver.
Right. Yeah. Staff Thompson, is it been cancelled? What would you like to have seen in Stargate reboot? A new BC-304, I presume you mean Daedalus, or maybe 500Y? Probably just keep with the Daedalus. The Daedalus design had a lot of potential, so they'd probably be working on that. Probably still be working on that one. But what would you all like to see?
It's gonna depend on what the premise of the season 1 is or would have been. Because if the premise is, because there's been enough time now where theoretically you could, if you get enough of the original cast back from Universe, you could basically have the premise of season 1 being Destiny finds a way to get back home. Or the crew thereof finds a way to get back home. And that's going to be a different story than a soft reboot of SG-1. But we won't know until either somebody leaks the script is released, or Amazon decides to reverse course and actually run the show.
Yeah, we'll see what happens. Timu, panel's favourite ship with an amusing name?
Schleswig-Holstein.
Foxo?
Mises of Lubeck. Dragon?
Mm-hmm.
I've got no clue.
Post-dated loan check's quite good for the mercenaries. In Schlock Mercenary.
We're including fictional ships as well.
If so, at least have them one, but I don't really know many ships which have amusing names.
Because if you're going off fiction, you've always got the best of them. The Eminent Domain.
I do personally quite like, though, the mine-laying ship, the Collateral Damage.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, right. You've got the UNSC Prowler called UNSC Flashbang. Because its armament was entirely nuclear weapon.
The UNSC just, honestly, at times think they put their names up to public vote.
Got UNSC Flashbang, say my name.
No.
All right. Warship face.
And last question for this evening, and then we're going to end for the Twitch viewers. I have to admit, I'm going to pass you on to a person called Daz Stew. By the way, he is Glyn's brother, and he is a musician, and he's currently doing his stream on Twitch. So that's why I'll be transmitting. For those people on Twitch, I'll be raiding into Daz's channel for you to go see him and hopefully chat away with him. Runon, should navies re-establish Commodore as a formal rank? The only ones which don't are the US Navy and some US Navy inspired ones which have Rear Admiral lower half for some reason. The rest of them do have Commodore. So it's not should navies re-establish Commodore as a formal rank, it's more the US Navy.
Should the U.S. Navy re-establish Commodore as a formal?
I would say it would make sense, but they like Rear Admiral lower half and Rear Admiral upper half, so they're the U.S. Navy.
I think they felt bad not. I think it's probably still a reaction to the whole thing with the Royal Navy and the everyone's actual rank is Rear Admiral thing, and I think they're now overcompensating and going like the other way.
Yes.
With that, and so saying, and it's also because there's one of the differences you get in British and UK forces is we have a brigadier. US forces have a brigadier general. Ours is not doesn't have general in their title. In the same way that a Commodore doesn't have admiral in their title. Whereas in the US, it does mean that all flag rank officers are either a general or an admiral. If you have stars, you are general or an admiral. Which simplifies things.
Yep.
I don't know that it's necessarily better. I don't know that it's worse. I don't have strong feelings about it. I think that's the reason for the difference. I think it would make it easier to explain to politicians. But I think that, to be honest, trying to explain things to politicians is generally a futile object because,
not these days, Ploppy. There isn't a real world Admiral the Green or Admiral the Red. There was in olden times. It was Admiral the Red, white, blue, and yellow, with the yellow basic being you're retired. With that being said, I think we're all going to say thank you very much, everyone, for being here. We'll probably still be in the Discord chatting away for a while. So if you want to come join us, they can. As said, Twitch, I'm planning on to Daz because I think it'd be nice. Currently, he is streaming with one viewer, which is probably Glyn. It's something recent he's been trying and setting up, and so I'm saying you'll enjoy it, you'll like it. He does good music, but I'm also saying I'm trying. Glyn's brother deserves some support. So I'll be raiding that channel for the Twitch, and I'll do that now. As long as he's still going, he is.
He is.
And and hopefully that's rating. And I will say thank you very much, everyone, for being here. And I will see you all this week for another live, and next Sunday for another Bruships. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you to all the panel.
Once we're done, can I ask you a quick question?
Yep.